Hello, and welcome to the PACommunity Rivals Group Stage Day 1. That's kind of a mouthful. Today we'll be having I would like to explain to you guys firstly the tournament structure that we'll be having for today and generally throughout the entire tournament. So let's just get to it. The first week of the tournament will follow a round robin style, with each team playing against each other at least once. Games will be determined in a first to two format. So essentially, these group stages will be essentially a first to three. The first round robin will happen on the first day, which will consist of 4 groups of 4. Then the top 2 standing teams from each group will advance to the second day. The playoffs will consist of the top 4 teams determined in the round robin and will be played in a single elimination bracket. When it comes to the semifinals, will be determined in a first to 3 format, while grand finals will be determined in a first to 4 format. Now, let's get to just the standings. The standings will be determined by overall win and loss records. Ties will be broken in the following order: overall map differentials, map wins and losses, and overall map wins percentages. Now, with that, I would like to also announce that. Well, what do I say? I'd like to announce 1 second. For Group C, Meme Court, the team will be dropping out and will not be playing the tournament, unfortunately. So that's sad news. As you can see from the Yee right there, they are crossed out. So that's how you know they are not playing the match. So let's get to our matches for today. At 8 p.m. will be for today. So hello guys, please say hello.
Hello, I'm Alexis.
And I'm Overshake.
Right. So thank you guys for joining me. I feel like a talk show host right now.
I mean, you kinda are.
Oh, thank you. Well, I mean, with today's matches, we have first of all we have Jacobert versus Wi-Fi Boom. With what are you guys expecting to see today? You know, I think we've seen some of these players, some of these teams play before here and there. So are there any like particular comps that you're really looking at them running that you think would give them an edge today?
Now, Jacobert, a team that is familiar to many, taking second place in the recent Overwatch ACE tournament. And what they're known for is their rush, especially TXQ4, a known Lucio player. They just all go in and rush. They actually managed to get them second place in the Overwatch ACE. And they're looking as the heavy favorites this tournament.
Right. And what about you, Overshakes?
All right. On the side of Wi-Fi Boom, I do notice some familiar faces, as some of them were also my ex-teammates, being Thomas, Unknown, Easy Clap, and Save Myanmar. But you know, we kind of don't talk about Save Myanmar because he kind of didn't really play. But all right. I can't really say that I'm not a biased person, because I'm really rooting for Wi-Fi Boom to win because of all the close relationships that I have with the members of the team there. And also they do have some new member pickups as well. Erlix on the flex role, Lollytron on the support role, and Castadox on the tank role. Now, this team, it's quite interesting because there's actually quite a lot of one tricks that don't really correlate well with each other. So I'm really excited to see what they bring on the table. I think it's going to be very exciting. Jacobert, a team that is known for playing Rush, a very high adrenaline, very fast-paced comp, against Wi-Fi Boom. You really don't know what they're going to be playing. Yeah, that's all I have to say for now.
Right. So you talk about the players that you've had experience with, or you've know or play with. Are there any particular like singer players that you're really looking forward to seeing?
Okay. Unknown. He's known for a tank player, but recently he hit GM on the Southeast Asian servers on his DPS, and I see that little flex logo on his side. So I'm really hoping to see his Symmetra, and this guy destroys on Symmetra. Unironically, he is one of the cheekiest Symmetras that are out there, and I'm very excited to see what he brings to the table. Thomas, kind of like a retired player, I guess, but we'll see how he copes with the competition. And Easy Clap, also quite known for his Brig and Lucio as well. He's very capable on his Brig, and his Lucio is also pretty decent. And Save Myanmar, he's very confident on his Ana. So I think they're either gonna run like a double bubble composition or maybe like a double shield with a Symmetra. I'm not really sure. I can't really say for sure.
Right, and how about you, RXS?
And on the side of Jacobert, most of the roster is intact from when they played their last tournament Ace, except one position. Calbun has been replaced by NTRP, and I think Calbun right now isn't really playing Overwatch that much, focusing on his studies, so it's really up to NTRP to pick up his shoes and going on their off-tank role. And Jacobert plays as a really cohesive unit, especially on their DPS players, Jaco and Ace. They're the real starlight here for Jacobert, and what their team is known for is not really the individual players, but as a whole, their synergy on the rush comp is really, really good. And as they have pre-existing synergy at the very highest level of tournament play in Pacific region, I expect this game to go into favor of Jacobert.
Right. I mean, as you said before, Jacobert has done really well in previous tournaments. But with Overshix having a lot more confidence in the other team, who are you predicting to really win today, RXS?
I think definitely, because I also heard that there might be some roster emergency swaps for Wi-Fi Boom. I think Jacobert can easily take this 2-0.
Right, and Overshix, what are your predictions?
Alright, even though I do have very close friends in Wi-Fi Boom, I have to say that Jacobert is going to take the cake here. I think that their experience completely outmatches what Wi-Fi Boom has in stock for them, especially with not quite a confident roster, and Jacobert being comprised of players that have been playing comp and they've been grinding it every day. And yeah, I think Jacobert just takes the cake here.
Yeah. And are there any like particular comps that you think might kind of surprise us today? Like you know, sometimes these teams might pull out something from the bag that they've been training for that no one else has ever played. Do you think you'd be able to see any of these particular characters or compositions that aren't kind of meta right now?
Definitely, and after talking to Wi-Fi Boom, the name of the game of their composition is one character, Symmetra. From what I heard, Unknown will be primarily playing Symmetra this whole tournament, and they have specific set strats for the Symmetra, and I'm really excited to see what they pull off with a character that is a very niche character and really underutilized.
Yeah, that's right. I think it'd be really interesting to see Symmetra being played in the tournament. I think a lot of teams might not always be able to know what to do, especially they might not have trained for it, especially when they're playing comp. Are there any other things that you really think might really kind of sway the games? You know, of course, we have a lot of faith in Jacobert potentially winning this game. What do you think is gonna be the winning formula? Wi-Fi Boom, if they were to win this, what do you think they could do to really like pull this off?
I think that they need to find a very niche, very cheesy strat that Jacobert really can't wrap their head around. If they don't, then Jacobert just outright wins most of the fights. Unless Wi-Fi Boom finds like a comp that Jacobert really can't find the counter to, like I don't know, some like stupid Bastion comp. I think I'm not saying that it's likely, but I'm saying it should be expected. So yeah, especially with such interesting personalities that Wi-Fi Boom carries in their arsenal. I think that there's gonna be some very funky games tonight, and yeah, I can't wait to see what they're gonna bring to the table.
Right, and I think with that, I think our casters will chug with you in our first match.
Thank you, veterans, and we should be getting into games soon. The first map will be Control. waiting for confirmation of what the exact map will be. But after talking about it on the pre-show, definitely the main objective here for Wi-Fi Boom is to pull out surprising strategies that Jacobert may not necessarily be able to adapt. And because previously Jacobert was a really one-dimensional team, all they played was the rush, and sometimes there are limitations to it. And when we saw them swap out of rush in Overwatch Ace, they weren't really that good. And because Wi-Fi Boom has the surprise factor of knowing what Jacobert's style is, they can really plan around that. Especially because a lot of these players are they're just here to have a fun time, and they're ready to pull out quirky strats that one may not expect.
Indeed, and honestly, I feel that if any team is confident in winning this tournament, it's Jacobird, and since they're known, they should be known as one of the powerhouses in this whole tournament here, and they've honestly surprised me with their ability of just being able to just go in and just really do whatever they want. And yeah, here we've got confirmation on the map pools tonight, and it seems that it's gonna be Busan. Now Busan is a very brawl type map, and especially mecha based. So I think that Jacobird is actually quite set to take the first map here.
Now we want to talk about Wi-Fi Boom. A lot of them are listed as flags, and right now we'll be going to the rosters for the first team, which I think will be Jacobert. Yeah, Jacobert. So their tank line, this is a very familiar roster for people who watched the Pacific scene recently. Ainzo, NTRP, Ace, Jaco, Pali, and TXQ4. A lot of these members have been playing together, known each other for years, and recently in the Overwatch Ace, they sprung up as a really good underdog. They were able to clutch out in the playoffs and even upset many teams when they were thought to be as one of the weaker rosters. And who are you looking out for here in this roster, Overshake?
I think that if anyone is gonna carry this team, it's gonna be Jaco, and it's literally in the name, Jaco Bird. Jaco, he's really known for playing his signature Reaper. Known in the brawl comms, he's really known for his mechanical ability in just executing what a DPS needs to do. And Polly of a close friend of the CMG broadcast, and he's on the support role today. And yeah, I haven't really looked into the other players, but I'm sure that they will be good enough to match each other since they're in a team together. So yeah.
Yeah, Jaco definitely known for his flex DPS, the traditional projectiles such as the Genji, the Pharah, known for his hyper-aggressive playstyle. And let's see if that will work out in the Brawl Com today for Jaco, but if that's what they're even going to be playing, because we don't know. It's been months since we last saw them. So let's now take a look at the next team's Wi-Fi Boom.
And on the side of Wi-Fi Boom, we have Save Myanmar on tank. Wow.
Interesting.
Cassadox on tank. Earlix on DPS, Unknown on DPS, Lollytron on support, and Easy Clap on the support as well.
From what I heard today, one of their DPS players, Thomas, couldn't play today due to some personal RL issues. So they kind of need to off-roll a bit. Save Myanmar, usually a traditional flex support player, now on the off tank, so it'll be interesting to see whether he can adapt. But one I definitely look for is Unknown, because Unknown is a player that is known for really untraditional picks. He plays all three roles, but the roles he plays are really weird. And for DPS, he's known for his Symmetra, which is something not many DPS players are known for. And if you are the type of player that knows these quirky roles like Doomfist, Symmetra, you know all the rollouts, all the little technical stuff. So let's see what I can pull out here.
Indeed. And just before this, I was actually playing what I don't know what it's called. It's like kind of
What, the
prop
puzzle
hunt.
game?
Yeah, the puzzle game prop hunt for like Route 66, where you have to like find all the items in the map. And yeah, Unknown actually did happen to join the custom game, and
What is this?
well, I mean, I said I talked to him in I talked to him in team chat, and then he's a bit too cool to respond to whatever I have to say. So, you know,
That's fair. Is that why you're cheering for Jacob at this time? Because he ignored you?
Honestly, I'm a bit salty and I'm a bit butthurt. I'm a bit salty in the mouth, and yeah, I support Jacob Bird fully. I hope that Wi-Fi Boom gets rolled.
Yeah, we should be getting the map shortly. The kickoff of our first PAC Rivals tournament, an open SR tournament, all for the sake of charity. The first one, many more to come, and we should be getting in the first map soon, Busan. And looks like we need to wait for a little more time, and so it'll be interesting to see because Wi-Fi Boom has, I think, 3 off roles, actually 2 off roles and a substitution with Lollytron. And well, not to say bad of Lollytron, but he isn't really up to the capability that Safe Myanmar could bring on the flex support. And Safe Myanmar, he's not a tank player at all. So he's on a complete off-role this time, not even on the same role. He's on off-tank. It's not even like flex support switching to main support. He's switching to off-tank. And off-tanks are completely different type of hero altogether. Do you think he can be able to adapt, especially against the caliber of team of Jacobert Overshake?
I think that if he's put in under enough pressure, he's gonna be able to adapt and overcome the obstacles that there is set up for him, and we're gonna be seeing if that is indeed true as we get on the first point of Busan. And
Downtown.
I think this is downtown. Yes. Yeah. Right. I actually have to memorize what the maps are called now. It's kind of annoying.
Aren't you don't you play this game for quite a long time? How do you not know all these names already?
I only know the ones in like Lijiang Tower and Ilios. I don't remember all the unfun ones.
Yeah, but the teams are hovering over Safe Myanmar is not on the off tank. He's actually on the main tank. That'll be really interesting going against a really experienced main tank player on the side of Ainzo, and Jacobert are not running the rush that we thought they would. They're running a double bubble composition, really popular in the Korean region nowadays. And let's see what happens. Unknown, of course, on his signature Symmetra, just looking to poke and prod, looking for any TP spots he can utilize to catch Jacobert by surprise.
Alright, nice. Already a huge anti coming in from Poly. Jacobert isn't really able to capitalize on that though, as they slowly rotate onto point. Wi-Fi Boom caught in quite a tight situation here. They're not going to be really able to do much against Ace's Ashe and Jaco's Tracer here.
Oh, but the TP, they tried to pounce onto Pali, but NTRP is already there with the Pew, and he manages to take down both Easy Clap and Unknown. The rest of Wi-Fi Boom are right now completely surrounded with just Ace at the side shooting headshots. Just so easy for Ace right now. A really high tier hit scan player, and Wi-Fi Boom are forced running back to the retreat.
Wi-Fi Boom was caught in a quite a sticky situation right there. They weren't really able to fight off the poke damage coming in from Jacobert, and that really screwed them over as they couldn't really take the brawl fight, but already a Symmetra teleporter coming in from Unknown.
Unknown once again with a TP right into the bulk of the team, but because of that, Erlix already falls to NTRP, and the tanks of Jacobert right now are getting the picks that they need. Wi-Fi Boom trying to react with Unknown Symmetra wall, but the Nano comes out onto Angel's Primal Rage and they're just pushing them all around. Another TP comes out, but it doesn't really accomplish much. And Unknown right now in the sim, not really getting the value that he thought he would.
Unfortunately, the Symmetra TP isn't really bringing as much value as they desired. It seems that Ace is just really uncontested and he's just able to do whatever he wants to in this situation.
Oh, no.
Jacobert, oh my. Jaco already has an early pick onto Lollytron. Ooh, Erlich, so returning the favor by saying no to Jaco. But Ace with the high ground, no one's gonna be able to really do anything against it. Oh no, the TP broke as well.
Easy Clap popped the rally, but one of their main tanks already fall. Cassadox is right now in the respawn screen. Fafa's coming up to a shatter, but I don't know whether he can land a shatter among such a mobile composition from Jacobert, and the DPSs of Jacobert, Jaco especially on the Tracer, are just going around and surrounding them once again. Such a mobile comp from Jacobert, Wi-Fi Boom does not know what to do.
Wi-Fi Boom really has to make the Symmetra work wonders here. If not, they're not going to be really able to do anything. Jacob just out rotating the Symmetra TPs coming in from Wi-Fi Boom here, and
That's a nice catch.
that's a nice early pick from Erlix here. Maybe this might be able to open up an opportunity, but Symmetra TP coming in, and so does the Primal coming in from Einzo. He's just booping everyone around, and
Primal Rage at the edge, but he doesn't really get any kills off, and Erlix returns the favor. Nano Boost comes out onto Save Myanmar, and he gets a swing kill onto the XQ4, but Ace and Jaco respectively. Ace gets 3 with his Ashe. He just demolished the backline of Wi-Fi Boom, and it seems that Jaco, but maybe we thought they would have lost the fight, but they are showing to us why they are the favorites in this matchup, and they take Busan Downtown 100-0.
very, very unfortunate coming in. Already suffering quite a sweep. Wi-Fi Boom really has to make something happen here. And this is Busan Drum Map. I'm gonna call it Drum Map from now on, and people are gonna hate me
Sanctuary.
Alright, Busan Sanctuary.
Yeah.
I know the other one's Mecha Base. That's the only thing I know.
Well,
yeah,
because of the Diva animated shot? Is that why?
No, because everything is like gray and it reminds me of mechs. Yeah, but
Diva's mech is pink.
Alright, let's not talk about it. Erlix making the swap over to Mei. It seems that McCree wasn't really working out for him, but it's gonna be interesting because Mei isn't gonna be able to pressure the Ashe just as well.
Also, another swap is Easy Clap, swapping off his signature break onto the Lucio, something he isn't really known for, but it seems to be working well for them because with a speed boost, they catch out Ainzo already, and just rushing into the rest of the defenseless Jaco Bird, and that's the first fight already won on Wi-Fi Boom. Seems like the composition swap has worked out well for them.
It seems so as well. Wi-Fi Boom making the decision to take the brawl fight on the left room, where it's very advantageous for them, and there's so much cover that they can play around to make sure that the Tracer isn't as dominant as it should be.
But Jaco already with his hyper aggression, already trying to get a pick, but doesn't really catch anyone because the sustain of Wi-Fi Boom, they're just able to peel him off. And the sim turrets are all around the drum right now, but Jaco doesn't give a care in the world about that as he catches Lollytron and Ace swapping over to the Pharah, realizes there's no hit scan threat to counter him, just goes on the Pharah raining rockets, and with the help of Jaco, Wi-Fi Boom is just all down again.
But don't lose hope too soon as Cassadox and Erlix making the last stand on the point. Nano comes in onto Ace though. Wi-Fi Boom having quite a struggle, but they somehow managed to live here as their members came back. But Ace with a barrage, he's ready to get some kills here. And Erlix, he does go down in such a crucial time. Barrage coming in, kills Cassadox. He does go down. The pulse coming in from Jacob, but catches Easy Clap.
Where did that Blizzard go? Did you see that? Erlix just threw his Blizzard, but it did not really catch anyone. And Ace on the Pharah builds up his barrage already and catches Cassadox. And even though they lost the fight, Wi-Fi Boom is at an advantage here for the first time in this series. They're at 69% to relatively the first cap of Jacobert, and they're looking to push back onto the point.
That does seem to be the case, and Wi-Fi Boom does have the tank ults that could absolutely make a huge difference though. But we'll really see what is gonna happen. Anti already coming in. Ooh, cheeky little TP coming in. Grab comes in by Cassadox. Save Myanmar does catch Ace. I guess that's one way to deal with an Ashe here.
Now that's the quirky Symmetra plays we've been waiting for. He just TPs Cassadox in the back line for a free grab onto Pali, followed up by a quick kill, and Jacobert is all falling right now. Ace swaps over to the McCree, but is it enough for them to come back? Late kill onto TX Q4, 80% right now, up and counting for Wi-Fi Boom, last fight territory. Can they tie up the map right now? Oh, but Ace gets a kill onto Easy Clap. What is Easy Clap doing? Out of position right now, just caught up so quick by Ace.
That's very unfortunate. It's really the last thing I would expect Easy Clap on Lucio to do, getting picked. But it seems like Grav comes in, does catch Cassadox, and he does go down. Lollytron though has the nano. I'm not really sure if he nano there.
Nice sleep onto him, but someone wakes him up, which allows him to unleash his full primal rage. Just juggling Erlix around. He has the high noon, but he doesn't have the space or any time to pull it out. and it seems Jacobert manages to come back here with the side ace once
Oh
again. popping
my,
out for the
Ace,
three.
calm down. Good lord. Wi-Fi Boom really has to make a difference with their sim TP, and I'm not sure if they're able to do it, man. Like they should be playing way more aggressively than against the double bubble composition that Jacobert was running, but they're not really taking the stand here.
I mean, this is really weird from Jacobert also because there's Ryan Zaya, but they have a Mercy, but that's a pulse bomb going out from the side of Jacobert, and he already catches Cassadox. But Erlix returns the favor with 2 onto Jacobert. Ace once again, can he clutch it up once again? He catches the shot onto Easy Clap. Is this time for him to shine? Can he get another ace? Getting in the pocket from TX Q4 right now. Pali switches over to the Lucio to come back to the point as fast as possible. And he comes out onto Ace. Lollytron has the nano. Let's see who he gives it to, because this is last fight territory right now for both teams. It's up to save Myanmar with the shadow, but Cassadox takes the fight into his own hands, gets a nano boost and leaps onto the back line. Jaco coming back on the Echo, but already folded instantly as he gets 1 pick. That's a nice shadow, catches 2. It's not that big, but he catches enough. Nice beat to counter Enzo's shatter. And looks like at the end of the day, Wi-Fi Boom will be the one taking this map. Or at least this stage of the map.
And Wi-Fi Boom somehow really managing to win that to win this. Actually, maybe not.
How is Jacobert still stalling this?
Wow, Jacobert.
Wi-Fi Boom needs to focus fire right now. They can't be they can't be complacent right now because the fight isn't over yet. And if Ace's high noon on the horizon doesn't really get anything, and Enzo doesn't manage to touch the point in time, and Wi-Fi Boom will draw Busan 1-1 as we head over to Mecha Base, the map you know the name of.
Ah, yes, of course. Wi-Fi Boom, despite making so many mistakes, they weren't really punished against Jacobert. They really should have thought of their Ana as someone to trade against Jacobert's double bubble composition, and they should have just really ran into them. And instead of like trying too hard to peel for the Ana, I think that's what really slowed them down. But then again, they still took them to that part of the map, and it seems that Jacobert and Wi-Fi Boom actually running a mirror comp besides from the Moira and the Ana.
No more playing around from Jacobert. They're going to their signature comp, which got them the runners-up in the last tournament they played. And as you mentioned before the match started, Jaco on the Reaper is a really lethal, and they already catches out Cassadox without his personal bubble and without the protection. He falls so quick. Weird charge coming out from Safe Myanmar. Sure.
And that's why Ana players shouldn't play around. Let me tell you that.
That's questionable.
That was definitely a way to go out. But that wall really caught Wi-Fi Boom off guard, and that just allowed the members of Jacobert to just really push in to Wi-Fi Boom without breaking a sweat, really.
Cassadox needs to realize that he can't throw out his bubbles willy-nilly, because Jacobert is the sort of aggressive team that once they see that bubble gone, they will just rush down onto you. And that's why they're known for. Unknown TPs them up to the high ground, sets up his turrets in place, and just looking to beam down whatever he can.
Cheeky little TP coming in from Unknown here. Enzo is in quite a tight spot. Oh no, Safe Myanmar.
Oh, his team manages to protect him though, and Unknown catches Enzo, which leaves Safe Myanmar still alive, getting all the space he wants, closing up to a shatter. Coalescence comes out from Pali, but his team is already so many members down, with Jaco falling. This might be the fight over for Jacobert, but anti-RP doesn't want to give up just yet, because with a quick Graviton Surge thrown onto the middle of the point, and with the rest of his team members following up, they rush back onto the point and defend from Wi-Fi Boom.
That was definitely heart-crushing to see. Wi-Fi Boom had used one of their tricks up their sleeves, and it didn't really pan out the way that they expected it for them. But Lollytron and Easy Clap both on their ults, and oh no, TP just gets immediately destroyed. Jacobert just really prepared for whatever they're gonna have on the table, and Jaco does take down Erlix as well. Blizzard coming in from Ace does catch Save Myanmar. Beat comes in from Easy Clap, and Jaco is just
Oh,
Wow.
nice shadow from Save Myanmar along with the nano boost. But Erlix, that fight, died early with one of the most crucial ults his team had. And because he died so early, they couldn't get the chance to use his Blizzard and Ace with his own Blizzard, just establishing the dominance that Jacobert has been providing on this rush core, man. Can anyone... Wi-Fi Boom can touch, but I don't think they can touch as a full unit. Erlix just throwing in his Blizzard, but everyone from Jacobert could just run away. Solo grab into TSQ4, but he has the beat to protect himself. Unknown just on the high ground trying to do as much as he can, but Jacobert gets 4 kills, and with a nice party shadow from the south in, so that'll be the first map done quickly, and Jacobert is up 1-0 in the series.
Very unfortunate to see on the side of Wi-Fi Boom. Okay, I really have to turn down the sound for the thing because it's kind of killing my ears. How do I do that?
I have no idea, but what I have an idea of is that Ace on the hit scan is so good, so accurate, and look at this, just on the Ash, just cleaning up everyone. Unknown plays down the TP there, but Ace threw his dynamite, there's so much outcharge, and when they're all low, just finish it up with clean headshots.
If Wi-Fi Boom had executed their brawl a bit more cleaner, I feel that Wi-Fi Boom would have had a way better chance of beating Jacobert because their brawl was just all over the place and they were focusing different targets at different times, and it's just not ideal. It's just the last thing you expect from a brawl comp.
Yeah, and not to diss any players, but Erlix there didn't really get any blizzards off that last round, and when he had the blizzard he died early, and Ace just got the upper hand on him on that mirror. And I don't know what Wi-Fi Boom needs to pull here, maybe. And okay, control point, maybe not really such a good map for Symmetra, but as we head into the next map, which should be hybrid, I think this leaves a lot more set plays and open stages for Unknown to properly set up his TPs and for his team to play around it.
Indeed, and I definitely feel that if there's a map that Symmetra just works really well on, Wi-Fi Boom is definitely gonna come out performing way better than they actually did on Busan, because Busan is quite an unfair map that Symmetra isn't really seen played due to the amount of high grounds and the wide spacing of the map, I would say. And if they just have a map where their strong suit could just you know, like a map that their strong suit could depend on, their performance would just skyrocket.
Yeah, but then let's not focus on the past and instead look towards the future, and right now we'll be looking at what's the next map. So it will be King's Row, and yet another rush heavy map.
It's quite honestly, King's Row is quite expected for a Symmetra addict such as Unknown. Honestly, I feel that this map, if Wi-Fi Boom notices their mistakes and they capitalize on it and they just play better than they did in Busan, they're really set to win it, in my opinion.
You know what I want to see on this map though? I want to see a TP into the back line. Fafa or Save Myanmar on the Rhine just goes into the back line, just shatters when mid teleport. And this is a nice TP shatter play. So it seems like right now there's a technical issue going on between the teams, and we will be heading into a short break. Stick around because the next map should be coming up soon. Welcome back. We should be getting into the game shortly. And yeah, what do you think of that first map, Overshake, to catch up on viewers who maybe just tuned in?
So a recap of the first map being Busan, the game of Jacobert against Wi-Fi Boom. We saw quite an unfortunate stomp coming in from Jacobert
I
against
think
Wi-Fi
it
Boom.
wasn't really a storm though. It was 2-1.
It kind of was. I
I
mean,
mean,
like,
on the maps, Jacobert won. It was a storm, but Wi-Fi Boom managed to take one on Sanctuary.
I feel that both the teams are not really playing at what their peaks could be, and I think that if Wi-Fi Boom really just like understands what they're doing wrong, they could easily overtake what Jacobert is doing now, because I think without since Calvin was like kind of their leader, right? I think that's what I'm not sure, but
Honestly, I wouldn't know.
yeah, honestly, yeah, I just think Jacobert isn't really doing as well as they should be, you know.
But I think maybe they were caught off a bit surprised by the sim. But right now, going into the second
Could
map,
be.
they know that Wi-Fi Puma are playing the sim, so maybe they're gonna change up their composition. And especially, Jayco has a really good Pharah, and Pharah is quite a good counter for Symmetra, if I do say so myself.
Indeed, but oh my god, sorry. If Wi-Fi Boom,
Okay,
if Wi-Fi
man,
Boom,
I think the Dicko shirt is getting to you.
oh, the Dickel shirt. Yeah, I'm wearing the same shirt since chat liked
The
it
last
time.
tournament, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna wear the same shirt tomorrow again. So
Just fan service or something.
yeah. It's what they come here for, you know.
Yeah, sure. Not the games, man. Just coming here for
Yeah, for the shirt.
Anyone, you're just boosting your own ego.
Yeah, but honestly, not quite an interesting matchup that we're seeing in my opinion.
Hey, what do you mean, man? How can? I think it's pretty interesting.
I
Not
mean-
many teams play the sim, man. It's
I
like
mean-
one of the only times we can see Symmetra in this.
I don't know, I'm
Overwatch
not seeing enough creativity. I'm not seeing as much creativity that
definitely.
I thought Wi-Fi Boom would bring to the table. But if I see some shit like Bastion, then I'm stoked.
I just want to see one TP shatter, one teleport shatter, and just shatter so many people on Jacobert right now. So right now the overlay is a bit wrong, but Wi-Fi Boom will be starting on the defense, and they're playing. Oh, I don't really like this call, man. It's Ryan Orisa, and basically, compared to Ryan Zaya, Ryan Orisa provides a more defensive, able to hold more space, and maybe they'll work better on the defense, but they can't really take space, they only can hold space, if you know what I mean.
It doesn't. I don't actually know if it's gonna be good with the Symmetra, because they could just be holding spaces wherever they want with the teleporter, right?
Seems like Jayco, okay, he just teleports his team to just get a faster rush and sorts back onto the Reaper. So Jacobert will be on their signature May Reaper rush comp. Wi-Fi Boom looking to defend, just hold the space as much as possible. TP coming out, Unknown looking on the flank, and that's a flank shadow, the creativity we've been waiting for. And Fafa, also known as Safe Myanmar, catches Pali off guard.
Definitely
Jayco somehow is
creative
taking the
plays.
picks.
Definitely creative plays that we're seeing on Wi-Fi Boom's side already, man. Maybe I spoke too soon, but with Jacobert's members already coming back with the early spawn advantage, Wi-Fi Boom is gonna have to back off and give 2 ticks.
But Unknown already nearing his Symmetra out. The Great Wall of India is about to be popped soon, and they catch Ace, who dives in greedily into backline, not really respecting the flashbang from Erlix, and Erlix can just take down both DPS here, and that is exactly what he does. Unknown on the off angle, just beaming down everyone with the amplification matrix to help him. And Wi-Fi Boom actually managed to stabilize just mere seconds before Jacobert caps.
Save Myanmar really playing like a Doomfist here. I really love what this team brought on King's Row here. Oh no. Oh, easy clap.
Oh,
Oh,
no, what?
no. Yeah, you yelled at me for feeding in scrims. Yeah, how about that?
Fafa once again charging in, but that is enough space for Erlix to get both DPS on the side of Jaco. But what was that shatter? He just turned around and shattered air.
I think it's just for an ego boost.
I think
I
they're
don't
just
know.
getting ahead of themselves right now. They're forgetting that they're one map down, and Jaco swaps over to the Pharah. It's up to
Pharah
Erlix
Doom
right now.
composition. Interesting. Oh, okay. Jaco swaps over to the Junkrat, and Polly with the Coalescence and Entrap with the Grav. They really should be able to win this fight with quite an ease. A huge Grav coming in and Immortality to counter it, but it gets broken immediately though. And
no.
Jaco Bird just cleans up the fight.
Cassidox used his Fortify a little bit too early there, and he gets caught up in the graph, meaning there's no one really to shoot. There's a nice attempt from Lollytron to immo up the graph, but Pali with the Coalescence just catches all of them, just beams down first the Immortality, then the rest of the team Ace commits his Meteor Strike, but it's just to save himself. Goes in a little bit aggressively again, but the Pew is there from NTRP's bubble, so he still will stay alive.
Alright, Ace just egoing the Wi-Fi
Boom.
Wi-Fi boom.
Wi-Fi boom.
Okay, my webcam is blocking the thing, so Wi-Fi Boom's members right now, and Einzo, he's really looking for the shatter here, which is gonna be quite hard to pull out due to the Orisa. Oh my god. Oh, and never mind, a huge shatter from Einzo, but he does unfortunately get picked though. Ace with the trade onto Unknown, and Jaco does get the Immortality field with the tire. Same Myanmar, what are you doing? That's not time for you to pin.
Man needs to take a chill pill right now. He's just pinning. He's literally the definition of let's pin and see what happens. He's just pinning, but he just leaves his whole team defenseless to Enzo's Earth Shatter. And Ace is just at their spawn. Easy Clap managed to escape, but there's so much space right now. They haven't even kept the second point, and they're already spawn camping at Wi-Fi Boom's third point spawn. And Erlix catches out. He's a little bit too greedy there. Needs to respect Erlix more. But he managed to cap second point anyway, so it doesn't really matter because Ace is already respawned.
Alright, I really have nothing to say here. It's just quite a stand-up comedy coming in from the fight. But a TP immediately gets destroyed. Wall already comes in. TXQ4 with a beat here, and Unknown does snipe that tire, but it's not really gonna do anything. Why the window? Such a waste.
That's really unfortunate for Safe Myanmar. He tries to shatter, but I think he got booped out by Ace's uppercut and just shatters into Enzo's shield. And swapping over to the ball, he's trying to stall, and Erlix gets caught up in the graph. A mini Tracer with such a low HP can't really do anything, and Jaco just on the spawn, on the Junkrat, lobbing in all the mines. Easy Clap swaps the break, but nothing much he can do, and a really good time bang here from Jaco Bird.
Wi-Fi Boom starting off so strong, but unfortunately not being able to fight off what Jaco Bird had on the table. And wow, a huge play from Naisu.
I think that's the wrong match, but it's fine. We're just getting back into the match. And Wi-Fi Boom managed to get some good plays, good teamfight wins off on the first point, but after they lost the first point, they really couldn't stabilize anymore.
Alright, I've just received some intel that Wi-Fi Boom should be disqualified since a user called Winston Paintball is actually on Save Myanmar's account right now, and he's intentionally throwing the game. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, Wi-Fi Boom, they're really opting for a double shield composition here with a Bastion. Interesting, quite interesting to see.
Yeah. That's what you wanted. But I mean, they're on the attack, right? So it just could be like a Jabate swap for the production. Maybe he won't play the Bastion, but who knows at this point. Wi-Fi Boom just trying any strat they can because they're a really huge disadvantage here. They need to... It's very hard for them to win the time bank of Jaco, but if they just don't even push the point, they're gonna lose this series altogether.
I do agree with that, in fact, but Jaco Bird is actually kind of playing into Wi-Fi Boom's footsteps here because they're actually running double shield, which does allow Symmetra to be more effective, but I think... oh no,
what? Oh my god, he fails to TP properly and he's all caught out right now, but they just ignore him altogether, and Jayco on the jungler just catches both supports from the side of Wi-Fi Boom, and as quickly as that TP managed to TP the whole Wi-Fi Boom, that's how Jayco Bird at the same amount of speed takes all of them down.
Alright, Wi-Fi Boom just really not having their game right now. They just sweep after sweep. They're just unable to do anything. And Jacobert really putting up quite a fight here. And oh my god.
Another one.
Another one bites the dust. A res comes in by Lollytron, but Jayco! Oh my god, he's just ruthless with that, man.
And Jayco just showing why he's known for that projectile play on the Junkrat here. He already has the Riptire, gets called out by Earlix, but there's nothing much Wi-Fi Boom can do because they're all trapped in spawn, and the Orisa is just trapped. Shadow comes out, Enzo doesn't really care anymore because he knows that there is such an advantage over here that one Shatter won't even cost them anything. They're just egoing Wi-Fi Boom right now. The disrespect.
Besides that one shatter that Einzo hit, I don't think a single shatter has been hit this game. And I'm quite confident to say it, but with Einzo down, Wi-Fi Boom does look to go for quite a fight here, but
no.
oh my god.
They can't
They
can't even push in at this point. Every time they try to push in, they can't even walk onto the point. They haven't even touched the point this whole round because the side of the DPS from Jacobert just catches them at a choke.
Jacobert. Now this is the performance that I was expecting from Jacobert, and just okay. Well, Einzo just having fun at this point, but just
Another
absolute
one.
destruction. Oh my god, Earlix, wow.
Interesting trade with the Total Mayhem catches on Jayco. Maybe that's the opportunity for Wi-Fi Boom to push in. Unknown actually saved Myanmar there with that wall, but doesn't matter because Enzo and the rest of the team just collapse onto him. And 1 minute left for Wi-Fi Boom right now, and they still haven't got a tick. But coming up to both tanks out, maybe that's the advantage we've been waiting for. But the fight, everyone hasn't even died yet because they're still getting staggered picks.
So many just.
Oh
my
my.
god, they can't
This
even.
is unbelievable.
This is actually quite embarrassing from Wi-Fi Boom side. They can't even walk properly.
Save Myanmar, get your hands on the keyboard. The game's not over yet.
All right. We'll see how fat the gravitic flux is coming in from Save Myanmar here. That's really the only thing. Oh, Flux comes in. Can't really do anything. Okay, he's looking at the Bob that is.
Save Flux, but everyone on his team was looking at the Bob, so they didn't even shoot the members that were in the air.
Oh my god, this hurts to watch. Jayco with the tire already. Just end it. They do not deserve this.
The disrespect coming up from Jacobert right now shows why they are the team that surprised everyone in the scene just months ago. And right now, the DPS of and especially Ace has just been lighting up the Q feed.
Oh,
A valiant attempt from Fafa right now to swap over the ball, but he can't even touch. Last minute touch from the side of the Lucio, Cassadox on the Winston. And that's it, it's already over. And with a swift full hold and a swift attack, Jacobert will be easily taking King's role and will be winning their first game of the group stage.
this game really wasn't Wi-Fi Boom's cup of chug jug here, and we'll be able to just see why. They're just getting dominated over and over by just plays either coming in from Ace or Jayco or just. And I'm gonna have to say the DPS can't do more.
I will have to say though, we cannot really say a lot of things about Wi-Fi Boom because you have to remember that they are playing with 2 off roles because one of their members couldn't make it last minute. They had to swap all on Save Myanmar to main tank, and we all know he's not a main tank player so for what they were trying to accomplish, the roster they put in, I think it was a pretty good attempt because they did manage to get their 1 point onto Sanctuary. And remember, the tournament is not over yet, and because that Group C has one forfeit. Meme Court forfeited their group, so that means it's up to Wi-Fi Boom and the other team left in the group, Scuff GG. Whoever wins that game, they still have a chance to make it to tomorrow, and yeah.
Alright, but getting the ability of getting all 6 members of your team in a game is also, I would also say it's also an ability that a team should have. And yeah,
I mean, sometimes some things can't be helped, man.
yeah, but I mean, you should be able to manage your schedule well, and you know, like if you
I don't
blame your
think
loss on ringers, I don't think that I just don't think it should be the case. But
they don't need to
regardless,
throw shade here, over shade, but
but
I will
regardless,
say it's a commendable attempt from Wi-Fi Boom, and that's the spirit of competition, right? No matter whether you lose or win, it's all for the sportsmanship and the experience of playing with friends, and yeah, that's why people participate in. Sometimes we shouldn't disencourage people from coming to play in tournaments just because they won't win, and it's just all for the experience, all for fun. And
indeed.
good attempt here from Wi-Fi Boom. They still have another game left, so they need to mentally reset from this game and focus up for the next. However, we won't really be covering them anymore as we'll be going to a break before starting our second match, which we will be discussing shortly after this break.
And welcome back to the match. I mean, that was the end of the match, I say. Obviously, we just saw Jake Colbert kind of dominate in their match, 2-1 victory. Yeah, so my casters, where are my casters? No, I'm just kidding. So we saw a really dominant matchup with Jake Colbert versus Wi-Fi Boom. Obviously, this is something that Overshakes, you've really kind of predicted. I mean, both of you guys predicted it because Jacob Bird's kind of Jacob Bird. Was there any like particular moments that you really like thought you've really saw? Maybe any of the DPS players, anything really caught your attention that you really want to talk about?
I like Save Myanmar's pins. I think those brought quite a lot of value on, like, unironically, those brought like quite a bit of value during like the first point. I'm not really sure about when they were attacking, but yeah, his charges were definitely creative, I would say.
I think we can kind of ignore the second map because there was just too much of a role for us to really talk about. But for the first map, Jacobert just out synergized, and their knowledge of the rush comp was superior to Wi-Fi Boom, because Wi-Fi Boom played rush, but they were kind of split all over the place, not really managing the outs well. And at the end of the day, Jacobert is proving why they were the favorites and the whole favorites of this whole group.
Right, and overall, what do you think Wi-Fi Boom could have done to kind of change? Because they mostly stuck with a sim comp throughout the entire series. Do you think that was the right idea? Like, obviously, we were really excited to see it, but do you think they should have stuck to it?
Definitely a symmetric composition there. Kind of, it's quite disadvantageous when you're playing a symmetric comp against a Junkrat and an Ashe composition, because it's King's Row. Like, you're either gonna TP straight to point or you're gonna try and TP to high ground. But if they can catch you before that rotation happens, that's really gonna be crucial. And that's exactly what Jacobert did. Jacobert punished Wi-Fi Boom very, very hard before they could even finish their rotations. And I think that's what's really crucial. That's what really allowed Jacobert to just come on the upper hand.
Right, and let's just go back to Busan, and what's that map you forgot, Overshakes? Do you remember the name?
I think I have to
Sanctuary.
I think I have to stick to the tradition.
Yeah,
which one is that? Oh, that's the drum map. Yeah, the drum map. Yeah.
Obviously, the Wi-Fi Boom kind of did pretty well in that map, and despite the changes that they made, they swapped to a Mei. What do you think was the factor that really kind of, how do I say this, like allow them to take that win, that one map?
Definitely. If you look at the Q feed, it has to be both the DPS from the side of Jacobert, and we'll be looking at some clips here. The space, it's not just the DPS, but the space Enzo and NTRP managed to create just let Jacobert's DPS go full on the side of Wi-Fi Boom. Especially Ace on the hit scan. And not just the hit scan, he showed us on King's Road that he can pull out a mean Doomfist as well.
Indeed. Right. Ace and Jaco, their duo of their DPS was just so lethal against Wi-Fi Boom. And yeah, this is what I mean by Jacobert just catching out the rotations before they could happen. Just look at that beautiful double kill with that one bomb right there.
Wi-Fi Boom's nightmares. They'll be in Wi-Fi Boom's nightmares for tonight.
Yeah, I don't think they are going to be able to sleep. But let's just go back to as well. Was it really the right idea? We talk about King's Row right now, right? Was it really the right idea for Wi-Fi Boom to play the comp that they did? It kind of worked out for a little bit towards the start, but it did relatively well. But why do you think it did well? Like, they kind of managed to hold them off for a little bit.
I think that happened because like Jacobert kind of like saw the comp, and then they were like, oh man, wow, we actually lost 2 fights to what they had. So then they like focused up and like they used their ults, and then they kind of just speed ran through King's map till like point 3. I think it's a team morale thing that Jacobert did. I'm not really sure if it was like a performance thing, So yeah, that in my opinion, I think that's what happened.
Right, and RX, do you have any opinions on this?
I think definitely because the composition they're kind of limited, because you have to remember that their main tank is not an actual tank player, so his hero pool for tank might not be as flexible or polished as actual tank players. And I think for what it's worth, even though they were limited by the compositions they ran, maybe because Fafa can only play Rhine or Sigma, I think they did quite well. And commendable effort to them, and of course Jacob, but nothing new from them, just dominance like we expected.
Right, yeah, and towards the end, Wi-Fi Boom didn't really win the game. They did try to go for a Bastion set. Was that really the best idea?
I mean, it worked out for a bit, I guess.
I think Jaco was smart. He played the Junkrat. He kind of predicted they'll play like Sim, so he could just launch just free fire into the when they teleport. And when the Junkrat the Bastion teleported, he tried to set up, but the mines were already there in his face. And yeah.
Right, and we're going to be going to our next match soon. Do you think it'll turn out? Of a contested thing.
I think it will be more contested. I mean, I hope it will be more contested because unlike the first match, Mel and Matrix aren't really known quantities. Yeah, we know some of the players here and there, but they aren't like so known that we know they're so good like Jacobert, and none of them are really the so-called favorites, not to discredit their players, but because we haven't really seen much of them, I think this will be a closer match, and yeah.
Right, and obviously with the tournament structure, they might not be the favorites, but do you think that we're going to be seeing any of these other teams make it to the finals, like our next coming teams as well?
I think looking at the bracket for me, each group has a really heavy favorite to win their group. So for Group C, it was Jacobert, and I think looking at the amount of teams there are, the second place, because we are advancing 2 teams per group to the next day, right? I think the second seed for the today is really up for grabs to any teams in the comprising of the other 3. So as you can see at the top, there are Connect Gaming, Zero, Jacobert. I think those 3 teams will probably take first. But in their groups, I think second place is up for grabs by everyone, and even Group D.
Right, and I think with that, I guess we'll kind of go into a break, and then we will kind of maybe go into the next match soon enough.
Yeah.
Hi, and welcome back to the PACommunity Rival Group Stage Day 1. So, as we just saw earlier, Jay Colbert took the victory, and well, next we're going to be moving on to our second match, which is Meow versus Matrix. And just a little special shout out to Echo Healing for donating $50 to our charity. And with that, let's just move on to our casters. Let's move with our casters. So, guys, as with earlier, we saw the maps. We had Wi-Fi Boom kind of playing rather untraditional comps. What do you think are the team comps that we're running in this next match? Obviously, with Wi-Fi Boom being a little bit more gamey, we saw a little bit more unexpected comps, as I just said. What are we gonna see from Meow versus Metrics?
I think because a lot of these teams are like, they haven't been around for too long, and based on how the metas been progressing in the higher levels of play, it's either double bubble or rush. But because these teams maybe not so much experience, rush will be the easier comp for them to play, like the Ryan, Zaya, Lucio Beb. I think a lot of teams will favor rush. But it's all down to your team style, because we're in a meta right now where you can actually change up your composition depending on what style your team wants to play. You want to go more aggressive, more divey, or more sustainable and play brawl?
Right, yeah, I think nowadays we have a little bit more options when it comes to the team comps we're having. What about you, Overshakes?
I think that lower tier teams generally just gravitate towards Rhine because they're just used to playing Rhine, a Rhine Zarya composition. But I think we're gonna see either some like Rhine Zarya or maybe Monkey Zarya, Monkey Diva. Honestly, I can't really say what to expect because I'm not really accustomed to what either of the teams play. So I just have to sit back and wait, really.
Right, and I should be added that Metrics lost their last match against Cat's Food, so they may be dropped out of the tournament if they lose this one. Do you think that's gonna drive them to do a little bit better this time around? Do you think they could pull this off? Let's just talk about the predictions. Are we really looking at? You think Cat's Metrics would be able to pull this off?
Actually, both teams lost their previous game 2-1. But the thing is, the team that Meow was against was Connect Gaming, and to many, Connect Gaming is the heavy favorite in this whole tournament. They are a Japanese professional team that play in Ace. A lot of the players really high rank, grind every day, and the fact that Meow, a team with a lot of players that only plays rank, not much team experience, and the fact that they were able to take a map of Connect Gaming is really huge. And compared to Matrix, didn't really do so well against maybe expected of a lower caliber team in Cat's Food. They still managed to take a map, so there's still hope for them. But I think coming into this, because we don't really know a lot of these players in team play, but looking at the list of players, from what I see from them in ranked and such, and from their previous opponents, I think Mel has the advantage here. But I don't think it's that huge of an advantage like what Jacobert had just now.
I definitely do agree with this statement as well. I think Meow will actually come out victorious. I do know a couple of the players coming from both sides of the teams. I know Silakao, Phantoms, Kurumi, X978. Generally well-rounded players, I would say. Their mechanical talent is really there. Quite interested to see how they would perform together in a team. But metrics as well. I know Isaac WH, Izo Yashi XD, Tesla, Moses 5960, and Sorai. They also do have their own talents. And they are quite close friends, and they've been playing ranked ever since they were quite low ranked. So I think that metrics, they are gonna have better coordination, but Meow, they're gonna really have to bring bring more to the table with you know they are players with like higher SR, and they do have more experience. They've played against more pressure, so I think that Meow is probably still gonna win despite Metrics being a more well-rounded team.
Right, and yeah, so and let's just take a look at now that you're talking about the roster and the people. It goes to show that Overwatch is kind of a social butterfly. So let's just take a look at the rosters and see what they're chugging in the jugs. So as we can see, we have people on tank. Like, why don't you break it down for us?
So on the roster side of this roster, we have Phantom, Cybern, Kurumi, Sally Chow, Nisovin, and Tears Runner. And what's really interesting is that their nationalities are they are not so much so as to say mixed, but most of them come from Hong Kong. And Hong Kong is a country that we don't really see a very big player base so as to fill a whole team. So it's really interesting to see a majority Hong Kongese team come up. And also, this player is not really in the starting lineup, but I think his name is X978, a lot of numbers. He's known as next rank, and he comes from Mongolia, which is actually a country which has not many Overwatch players. I think he's one of the only few Overwatch players that we know in our scene that comes from Mongolia. So interesting to see how he will do. But as Overshake said, these players a lot of them are ranked players. They don't have much team experience. So in a team environment like this tournament, it'll be interesting to see how they do.
Right, yeah, it's really interesting to see so much representation in the Overwatch scene. But also, let's take a look at our other team metrics. And Overshake, could you bring that down for us?
All right, and on the metrics side, hey, please move slide. Thank you. Okay, we have Richie on tank, Chips and Dip on tank as well, Isaac WH and Izo Yashi XO on DPS, Moses 5960 and Tesla on support. Now, I'm not really sure. I'm not really certain about the tank line, but Isaac WH really known for his Doomfist, and since he actually is. He's a Doomfist one trick, so if you play SCA rank ladder, you will actually see him quite often. Izo being quite a McCree Genji player, Moses being like a Moira Mercy player, and Tesla being an Ana Bat player. So, they don't really possess that much individual talent, I would say, but they do play together pretty much every day of the week, I would say. So I will expect quite good coordination from them.
Right, and we apologize for the logo mix-up. Of course, it's hard to be a producer, especially when you're social distancing and stuff. Overshakes, like, you talk about metrics and you talk about them being friends. How important is that for just overall? You obviously having cohesion, having friends, and having cohesion is such an important thing. Like, how important is that to you?
I think that friends are really what fuel the motivation of like performing well in a team. If you don't really like a certain someone in your team, you wouldn't really be motivated to play to your fullest, in my opinion. And I think that through friendship, like, especially since you're so used to playing with each other for like so long, you're gonna be accustomed to the certain playstyles that your friends have adopted, and I think that's gonna be really that's gonna come in as a very strong trump card for metrics.
Yeah,
and on that topic, actually, that about friendship, and because sometimes the team has people who maybe doesn't really play together, so sometimes they can get into arguments or they don't really know each other well, so maybe they can affect their teamwork and such. But when you're playing with people you know, it really gets a lot easier. So especially coming into that with them beforehand, it's way easier, especially when you don't really have, like, for these teams, dedicated time to scrim and know each other. When you're just playing a tournament, it's really beneficial for that.
Mm-hmm. And it also makes it more comfortable for you to order them around, so yeah.
Right. And I think with that, we'll go off on a break, and we'll see you in a short while. Oh, sorry, I apologize. I'm a little messy right now. We'll go straight into a match with our casters.
Thank you, veterans, and we will be going into the game shortly, but of course, the most important part of the game is the maps where we will be playing on. And the first map, it will be
Busan.
Busan again, apparently. So we saw this map just now, and we'll be starting soon. So after looking at the Busan map just now, the King of the Hill in general, what do you think both teams will be coming? What compositions do you think they'll be rolling out on Overshake?
I think Meow is gonna come out with quite like a flexible sort of composition. I know most of the players on Meow's side, they have players that actually do play rank quite a bit, and I know that they're quite flexible players. They can play many characters. Metrics though, it's gonna be quite a different story because they're gonna be playing with a Doomfist one trick, and Doomfist not really being very strong in the current meta, but can be deadly in the right hands. So I think we're gonna be seeing some very flashy plays coming from both sides of the teams.
Yeah, definitely. And Phantoms is a dedicated flex player from the side of Mel. So I think right now, normally his best role I think is DPS, but now he's playing the off tank. And Seli Chow is also a really flexible player. He can play both tank and DPS, both at a GM level. And just to remind you that this is the Mel team that took a map of Connect Gaming. So I'm really excited to see, especially for these players who don't really get many broadcast opportunities as a team. I'm really excited to see what they can show us today. And from side of metrics, I think for an up and coming team, for up and coming players, I think it's also interesting to see what they can pull off and whether they can upset the slightly favorited Mel in this matchup.
Oh, okay. Well, it seems that we're gonna be dropping into Lijiang and not Busan. Quite a messy stream here today. We really do apologize for the technical difficulties that we're running through. But as mentioned, Metrics running that Doomfist-oriented comp with a Rhine Hog. That's very interesting. And an Anna Brig with a Symmetra. On Meow's side, though, we have a Rhine Zarya, a Genji Hanzo, and a Lucio Anna. A very dynamic composition that we're seeing here on both teams, actually.
What I know is that Isaac WH, which I think is one of the captains of Matrix, he's a known Doomfist one trick actually. So his Doomfist is main, and most of the time he plays Doomfist. And seeing the composition that Mel is running, they choose to TP onto the point after just standing there for a while. A nice hook coming out from Richie, along with the Symmetra turrets. They're just encapsulating Kurumi right now. But Selichao on the Genji managed to get 3 kills with the Swift Strike. And Selichao really coming in huge for the team right there.
Selichao just dashing through 4 people right there, and just the members of Metrics just came down like butter. But with only 3 members staying on the point right now. Ooh, a huge hook coming in from Richie already. And Selichao does go down Cyburn though. Does catch chips and dip, and I think Metrics is quite set to take the point here.
However, it's not over. Maybe it is now because Richie gets a hook kill onto Cyburn. Up to them to stabilize on the point because there are still 3 members on the side of Mel still alive and ready to pull some action, maybe some clutch. And look at Mel's ultimate charge. They are closing in onto a Nano Blade, and without any defensive support ultimates from the side of Matrix, their backline could be completely destroyed by Selichao's Nano Blade.
But never underestimate what a Nano Doom
can
do.
Oh no,
the Nano gets missed, and Isaac! Huge punch coming in from Isaac, denying the blade immediately, and a huge shatter coming in from Chips and Dip. The Nano on Cyburn goes to waste, and Chips with a huge fire strike catching 2 members of Meow.
But despite that Shatter Phantoms on the sideline was so high energy that before the Shatter even hit, he already gotten 2. And even though they gotten 2 kills to that Shatter, it didn't really pay as much dividends because at the end of the day, despite the failed Nano Blade, Mel still stands on the point.
Quite unfortunate coming in from Metric's side. They did cancel the Blade, and they did cancel the Nano Rhine as well, but unfortunately they weren't able to come out victorious there. But a TP already comes on the point. Oh no, a crucial anti, absolutely stopping the push coming in from Metric's side. Whole Hog, though, does push the members away, but Kurumi does catch Richie as well. But Metric somehow managing to cap the point here. Sound Barrier coming in from Tails Runner.
Nice Graviton Surge accompanied with Kurumi's Dragon Strike. And Kurumi already gets a headshot kill onto Aizoyashi, and it's just chips and dips on the point, and there's nothing much you can do. Desperation Meter Strike from Isaac WH, but before he can get the punch off, he's already killed by Cyburn. And a late kill onto Tails Runner isn't enough for Matrix to capitalize. And right now the percentages are relatively even for both sides.
It's a very back and forth fight coming in from two teams here. Shatter comes in though, does not really catch any members unfortunately. But the Nano is ready, and so is the Blade coming in soon.
But Cyburn backtracks all the way to the point, and they're relatively split right now. The tanks aren't really with the rest of the bulk of Mel, but they're closing in on Nano Blade. Salicha is ready, dashes up, he dashes in, gets stunned, but it doesn't matter because his team's already helped him with the kill, and with the finishes off onto Moses, that Nano Blade alone is able to clutch out the fight along with his team's help. And his last fight territory, Matrix right now, they're gonna get staggered because Richie is down. And what? Chips and Dips has a shatter. He just throws it in because he knows that when he dies there, he's not able to get back in time. And they're just on the spawn camp right now. The rest of Mel just standing outside their spawn. And Mel wins Night Market.
Very back and forth fight coming in from Meow and Metrix though. But unfortunately, Metrix couldn't really take the W on that map, and Meow comes in at 1-0 in Lijiang Tower. And what is this? Wait, I know this one. Is it Control Center?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm so smart. Like,
oh man.
This is why you guys should have me more often.
Well, you knew the name of the map that you couldn't boot people on. That's really impressive, Overshake.
Exactly. And
but this map, because of the close quartersness of this map, I think this will favor what Isaac WH wants to accomplish on the Doomfist. But on the side of the Mel, they're going for PACom, but it's not really poke because they still have the Lucio on the back and they're trying to rush in with Kurumi's Hanzo.
A brawl with the Hanzo is definitely interesting to see, and already the wall comes in though. That's quite unfortunate, not really catching anyone, and the shield already goes down from the side of Metrix. Richie though, on the flank, they really have to guard his position if they don't really want to get picked off, as he's known for prominently hitting the hooks, and he does get Cyburn as well.
Nice punish onto Cyburn there, but Salichao catches the return kill onto Richie. Is still anyone's game at this point in time. And Kurumi has been doing some consistent headshot damage here throughout this map, and with the help of Nisovin, they managed to kill off the stragglers on the side of Matrix to finish up the kill and getting the first fight of Control Center.
Kurumi has been absolutely killing it from the sidelines. Even Meow, even with the lack of tank line on that fight right there, Kurumi and Nisovin was able to get the pick, the picks needed for Meow to stay alive in that fight and to come out as victorious. But Tesla and Izo, they do have game-changing ults right here. With Tire coming in quite ambitious right here. The whole team can see the Tire. Oh no, wall!
Still manages to catch two, however, Cyburn and Kurumi fall. That's the front line just down from Mel, leaving the rest of the team exposed for chips and dips to just swing his hammer all over. And Mel, despite having 54% on the board, Matrix clutches up with the help of Aizoyashi's Riptire, and they get back onto the point.
Interesting little detour that their team went on, but oh no, Metrix with a Roadhog, it's actually really hard to hold close, even with a comp that they have. So unfortunately, they're gonna have to give so much space. Blizzard though, and Window coming in. Kurumi already catches Isaac. He gets 2, and Cyburn following up with 3 kills of his own. Transcendence comes in, unfortunately, not being able to assist his teammates right there, and does go to a waste.
Because of the composition, Matrix are playing the Rhine, the Hawk. The Rhine doesn't really get as much peel as like if maybe Richie was a more traditional off tank like a Diva or Zaya, he would get peel, but Chips and Dips is really defenseless sometimes, and despite Richie trying to zone out the tank line of Mel, he gets killed mid ultimate, and Kurumi right now is on the flank on the right side, just doing poke damage on the side of the defenseless supports without the Rhine, but Isaac WH returns the favor. There's a nice shadow coming out from Cybern, catches 4 on the ground, and Tails run on the Lucio, finishes up for his Rhine.
Metrics not really showing the defiance that they did show on the first point there. And oh my, maybe I spoke too soon as Isaac does get
Someone needs to
soaking,
touch.
but- Oh, Nanoed Mercy, very interesting play, but unfortunately, Metrics loses their first map quite a sad fashion, I would say. But that map could have gone on for way longer than it could have. But unfortunately, Metrics ran out of luck, and Meow did take that the first map of the Lijiang.
Good play from Isaac WH there, catches off some important targets from the side of Mel, but no one could touch. They even nanoed the Mercy for her to have the sustainability to fly in and touch, but the Mercy didn't have any target to fly to, and it was just the Rhine on the side of Chips and Dips. And at the end of the day, even though they won the fight, they got the picks, but because of how aggressive Mel was playing before, they didn't have the opportunity to touch, and that was what caused the map for them.
I think if Metrics played to after getting picks, if they played properly and they stabilized, they would have a way better chance. They would have a way better shot of actually winning more team fights than they were before. But Meow, nonetheless, having an incredible performance. And Kurumi already showing his ability of hitting heads on the first map of Lijiang right there. Comboed with the strong ability of Silichao's Genji as well. As we could see, the DPS duo absolutely shredding that game.
I think, yeah, it was the ability of the DPS duo from the side of Mel that managed to win them, but the composition of the side of Metrics doesn't really look like a composition that was synergized well together. You don't see a Reinhardt being played with a Hawk, because that just leaves the Rhine just defenseless without any bubbles, without any defense matrix. And when Cybern is on the Rhine, he can just swing freely without a care in the world. I mean, they have Isaac WH to maybe punish that, but they might want to rethink what compositions they are playing, because it really isn't a composition that works well together. And of course,
Indeed.
a lot of members showing up from the side of Mel. Nisovin on the Baptiste, getting some kills, getting the DPS done, and of course Phantom's consistently high energy also. So well played to Mel, and there's still a chance for Metrics to take the second map, and I believe they can do it, but maybe they want to rethink their strategy a bit. And yeah.
Indeed, and it's quite hard to pull off a Roadhog one trick and a Doomfist one trick on the same team, I would say. But nonetheless, I think if Metrics does have a decent map that they can play in, I think they do have a chance of actually coming out victorious. But nonetheless, the second map already coming in, locked in on Metrics' side of the pick. Hollywood, quite an interesting pick here, as Hollywood is not very ideal for a Doomfist.
There actually isn't a pick. The maps are actually predetermined by the
it's predetermined.
admins, yeah.
So
okay, actually, this actually gives teams actually quite a huge advantage, because coming into the tournament, they know exactly what maps they're going to play. So before that, they can actually strategize on maybe what compositions will work well. So they don't have to adapt to what the let's say if we do losers pick, they don't have to adapt to the choice of the enemy.
All right, predetermined maps. I like it. Maybe I should have actually read the manual, but
maybe.
Well,
it seems we are still having some issues. We are still waiting on the teams in the lobby to get ready. So before that, we will be heading into a short break. And don't stick around, because the action is coming back up soon. So welcome back everybody to the Pack Rivals tournament, the first one of its kind for charity. And right now we are in the middle of our first match day, and Mel actually won the first map of Lijiang Tower, and after that seems like they're coming in with a brand new face on the tank line. X978SRXT1395 is going to be playing the off tank for the team, and of course he goes by another name, Next Rank. Actually one of the only Mongolian players in the scene, and of course his name is pretty long, so he probably won't be calling out his whole name in the cast, just call him Next Rank, am I right, for the viewers out there?
Mm-hmm.
So knowing this swap, what do you think could be the reason for this swap, even though that Mel has the advantage right now winning Lijiang Tower, James?
I think that I don't know. Maybe they just want most of their players to play. I mean, I can't really think of another reason, but Hollywood quite. I wouldn't say it's the best map for Doomfist, as there's so many, especially on second point, where there's just so many high grounds that like the DPS could utilize that Doomfist can't really get access to, especially during an attack. I think that's going to be very crucial for the side of Metrics, but we'll really see what happens. Ooh, with Doomfist Junkrat, I already love the creativity coming in. And Meow running their classic Genji Hanzo.
Maybe Matrix saw what Jacobert was pulling off on King's Row. They want to do it themselves. Saw the efficiency of it, the Doomfist, the Junkrat, just the heavy spam coming down. And Mel on the tank, they're playing. I think this is more of a comfort pick for the DPS side of things. Kurumi and Salichao on their Hanzo, their Genji respectively, the Shimada brothers, and let's see what they can pull off and whether they can continue the momentum that they gained during Lijiang Tower.
Indeed, and alright, as the members start walking in with this cinematic angle that we have, Chips does actually have a Zarya with him this time, so he could actually play a bit more aggressively, but Kurumi with that headshot, man. This guy, what else can he do? Just an early pick, and Taylor's Runner does clean up Chips and Dip as well. Oh my god, that would have broken his nose. A huge pick already coming in from Isaac, and wow, he actually does turn the fight around. Look at him go. Oh my god, 3 kills for Isaac, and it's only 40 seconds in.
Really good stabilization there from the side of Matrix. They lost their main tank, their frontline is gone, but Isaac WH able to calm the nerves and get in, get 2 kills, get out. Just easy pickings for Isaac WH's Doomfist. And this is what he's known for. He's known for the Doomfist. And he's really showing up here, but Kurumi once again gets the early pick. It's up to Moses to rest, but he's not really in a position to. He just get the rest off, but the side of Richie already falls, and Next Rank catches 2. Riptire here from Izoyashi, can he get anything but sniped down in the air by Nisovin? And Mel just standing on the point, capping right now after winning the fight. And Richie swaps back to the Hog.
Indeed, Izoyashi making the swap over to the McCree. I can't really say for sure that Metrics, if Metrics is gonna be, if Meow is gonna be dominant on this point, but we'll see how it goes. Metrics on, sorry?
I think the high ground is really plays to Metrics' advantage because Isaac WH from the high ground can just slam in, and that's precisely what we're doing now. He's just going into the back line, but Adam Mel managed to stabilize, but Next Rank right now is so high energy. Cyber gets 2, and even with the rest, they're still at a man disadvantage. But Izoyashi draws it around for the side of his team. Gets just Q onto Salichao, but the Nano Doomfist on the back line gets CC'd by Next Rank's Graph. And right now it's just an even game for both sides.
Oh my god, Kurumi, just headshot after headshot. He just hits all those shots that Meow really needs, and he's really just the star player over here. Chips and Dip trying to hold on to the point here. Richie though does manage to catch out Kurumi, and he's just adamantly holding the high ground. And Metrics, this is actually really advantageous to Metrics' side, as Meow doesn't really have the confidence to push up right here.
Yeah, but now the Nano Blade would certainly give them the confidence to push in because one dead slash, second slash catches both supports already and looking to kill the side of Richie's Hawk. And just clean pickings for Salicha right now, just absolutely demolishes the backline of Matrix, allowing his team to push through to the end of the second point.
Salicha really showing us his ability, his experience that he has on Genji, and we're not even sure if Metrix can actually touch here. And Izo trying to fight off Kurumi's Widow over here, but just on the backline, free reign of whatever he wants to do. It's just shooting range for him, really.
Kurumi swaps on from one sniper to another. Let's see if he can provide the same lethality that his Hanzo was able to give on another sniper from the side of Widowmaker. Matrix swaps their tank line a little bit with the main tank being swapped out, the Rhine swapped out for Winston, which is even more weirder because no one even plays Winston Hawk these days, but maybe they are trying to catch their opponents off guard with this off-meta composition. But the grab from side of Nyx rank can certainly help turn the fight from Matrix around and not even give them any opportunity to push in.
Well, creativity is really the key part of meta defining, and well, Izo already on that high noon, and he does catch out Nizoven, and normally I would say with a breeze they would win the fight, but with Kurumi on the team, you never really know what's gonna happen. Salichao does catch Isaac WH as well, and Nyx rank definitely does not disappoint with a follow-up with a shatter as well.
Nice actually from Tesla, manages to sleep Cybern after he shattered, but it really did not matter because his team were all fallen already, and it's just stalled right now. They're just trying to straggle in one by one. It's already probably over, and with the Nanobag coming up, catches the spawn Q onto Tesla, and right now they're just running into point one by one, trying to extend the time bank as long as possible. But Mel, what a fast attack. Kurumi and Salicha pushing their team to a 3-minute time bank.
Amen getting solo grab, they're definitely a heart-wrenching moment there for me.
They're not even the same type of animal.
No, they
I
are.
think
What do you mean?
this obsession. The last tournament, you mentioned Ameng on, I think it was King's Row, and this time, like, it's a gorilla. It's not an orangutan.
I mean, they're still monkey, and I like
Actually, they're not even monkey. They're apes. So,
okay, you know what? I'm not gonna embarrass myself with more facts here. Let's just get our head back into the game. Yeah, I just Kurumi and Salicha are really able to correlate well with each other and just able to perform at their best. Really, nothing is gonna stop the rhythm of Meow right now, since they're just relentlessly just being able to push through whatever Metrix has on the table for them.
I really like that Kurumi was flexible enough to swap onto the Widowmaker because so far he's only showing his Hanzo. So I kind of thought it was kind of one trick, but that really proved that he wasn't. And for some Metrix, they've been really playing some really weird compositions that you don't really see, and in fact you wouldn't really play because they don't really work well together. But this composition, however, I think it has some potential because they could really play their angles. The Doomfist, the Pharah take different angles, burst down, maybe the side one of Mel squishies, and just leave them tails behind their legs.
Interestingly enough, the Hanzos does swap on the side of Meow, and Meow is actually running a rush comp against the double bubble Pharah composition that Metrix did put up, so it actually is quite advantageous for them, but not if Chips and Dip goes in and just gets picked off. That is just so unfortunate.
That's a really greedy dive right there from Chips and Dip. He went in without... His team hasn't really walked up, not even to the first choke, and he just dives in. Well, he has the bubble, but once they break them down, a flash bang and a Fender Hammer can easily burst him down. But Matrix somehow is still able to get some picks, and Isaac WH gets a pick onto his opposing DPS counterpart. And that leaves Chips and Dips, the tank line, for the side of Matrix to rush in, but Chips and Dips already dies with a nice anti-nade from Nisovin coupled with his team's follow-up.
Matrix really needs to take a chill pill here. They're just going in one by one, and really making it easy for the DPS members of Meow to just pick them off one by one.
Yashi swaps off the Pharah, goes to the McCree. I think after seeing the snipers from the side of Meow, he maybe realized that really isn't that optimal to play a flying character. And what was that? I think there was Tails Runner that denied the dive from Chips and Dips. Really good boot right there. And Chips and Dips once again diving in. He doesn't really have to shoot, but the Valkyrie from Moses is able to help him, and the Isaac WH is able to get 2 picks when the rest of his team isn't looking. But even though he goes in, the defenseless front line, they just rush on onto Richie, and Mel once again stabilizes and gets the kills.
I thought the Nano Doom could really open up a fight for the side of Metrics, but unfortunately, Meow had other plans as the Grav came in and it just swept the side of Metrics. And honestly, I'm looking for we're really looking for a miracle here if Metrics wants to win. And well, Cyburn just pressing W into Metrics, just ruthless with what he can do.
I think right now Chips and Dips is getting a bit greedy with his dives. I think he needs to realize that against Ryan Zaya, he can't really in this type of patch and meta in this day and age we're living in, Winston can't just go in and get free picks. And he just gives out the idea and swaps to a Reinhardt that he showed that he's able to do some damage on in the previous map. But it's already 1 minute left for Matrix to attack. And they have actually a really good combo on their arsenal. They have the Graph, they have the Meteor Strike. That's the Graph. Isaac WH goes in, unleashes the Meteor Strike. Doesn't really catch anything, and Kurumi is the one that actually catches. He catches 3 headshots. Another one onto Richie, followed up by Cyber's swing, and Kurumi just lighted up the Q feed there and turned the fight around.
Kurumi just sitting on his little perch there and is just able to line up those nice little headshots, and he's just uncontested at the high ground. And oh, he's not showing any sign of backing out here. Oh, okay, maybe he is, but the grab coming in, and Chips and Dip just caught in it, unfortunately. Aizo, though, does actually manage to get Kurumi, and maybe this might be the fight that Metrix was actually looking for that could help them out, and it seems that they will be able to cap point 1 through their valiant efforts.
Isaac WH coming in clutch for his team once again. He's always the one that able to get a pick, but Kurumi wins the 1v1, but the point is already lost. So that was just a flashy play that didn't really result in anything. But nice Nano Doomfist there on the side of Isaac WH when the whole of Mel were really split. Really good to punish them. And Yashi XD doesn't want to take the Widow duo anymore, swaps over to Hanzo, trying to provide more stable damage to the side of Chips and Dips. I mean, Cyber, shoot. But Kurumi already gets another, and that's the Widow Specialist we've been waiting for. The sniper from Hong Kong proves to be lethal. Once again, can he get another pick? But he dies from the side of Isaac WH. So far being the carry of his team on the Doomfist. But Slacher there is enough to shut him down.
Alright. Metrics, it seems that their confidence has been refined, and they're actually making the right call of pushing the high ground, but unfortunately they got swept as playing a Doom in Hollywood second point is very, very hard to execute. And seems that oh my god, this guy, whenever the camera goes to Kurumi, I'm expecting some flashy highlight as he already pops the wall hacks, and oh no, yeah. Aizo Yashi already goes down before the fight even started, and Tails Runner follows up with the kill onto Richie. Cyburn just walking into Metrix and pressing his mouse 1.
Now, unless you have the high ground advantage here, that you have the high ground control, Isaac WH can't really close the range to these 2 snipers from Mel. And these 2 snipers are showing that they have what it's worth to take the picks. And the Grave Dragon already comes out at the spawn and catches Spore. That's our Metrix. Then just running back to the spawn. Wait, they're already in their spawn, so they're not even running.
It's just so painful to watch. There's nothing more heart-wrenching than just getting Grave Dragon in your own spawn.
But they're coming out to some outs. They have a slight ultimate advantage. It's up to Chips and Deep whether he can land a shatter. But Kurumi already gets another, and that's the pick that they have been relying on this whole map. They can't stop Kurumi. And the Nano comes down to Aizo, but he can't really do anything because his team isn't really there to support him. They're all just all in the spawn. Richie gets a late pick onto Nisovin, but it's overtime right now, and a shadow from Cybern just manages to finish everything up. And it seems like with the side of the snipers of Mel, they catch the second map and take the series against Matrix.
All right, Meow just able to show how much of a strong roster they have lined up on, and just the ability to actually run a Rein Zarya composition effectively with a Hanzo. And they've just established that point right there as the Grab Dragon inside of the spawn doors. Oh my god, that must be very frustrating.
Yeah, we haven't really seen double sniper along with Ryan Zaya played in a really long time. Normally, in this day of age of Overwatch, when you think of double sniper, you think of the double shoot. But Cybern and Nick's rank were just able on the tank clan on the Ryan Zaya to just utilize the space, the sidelines that the snipers were able to provide. And Kurumi up on the higher ground just getting free picks all day. And Isaac WH never able to close the range, especially on the attack. And it just got choked up on their attack, not knowing what to do against Kurumi and Selichal, taking the off angle, pincering the team into just a kill box and just killing them again and again, fight after fight.
Indeed, and Metrics, even though they do have quite a number of individual talents in their team, they weren't really able to correlate that well, and yeah, that it really went against my predictions of them being the better, well-rounded team here. But yeah, Meow, despite being a very new roster, they were able to show that they're just able to do just as well as any other team can, and they were just able to perform really.
Yeah, and Kurumi really showing out on both maps. First map, it was the Hanzo, we were impressed. Second map, it was the Widowmaker, showing that the sniper specialist from the side of Mel able to dominate the game in his own hands. And good try from Matrix. The compositions were a little bit weird sometimes, but they still managed to be able to contest Mel and take them to sometimes it looked like they could win the map, especially on Lijiang Tower. And right now, we'll be heading into a short break, and after the break, we'll be discussing more about this match that just happened after the break.
We are back. Unfortunately, for Metrics, Meow has won that match, which means that Metrics are gone for good. And of course, they've put up a good fight, but it is unfortunate to see them go. But and I looked up some little something for our caster overshakes. Apparently, monkeys and apes are both primates, and apes are just more intelligent. Now, guys, how did you know? How did you think this match really went? Like, did this match really go the way that you predicted it to be?
I think it went the way we predicted, but it was closer than the first match we broadcasted, and well played to Matrix had some star moments right there, especially from players such as Isaac WH, where of course it's always the DPS players that would light up the kill feed. But even so, as a Doomface playing against two snipers, it's really hard for you to do much. And Isaac WH, despite the limitations of the comp, he was still able to get some picks and some key fights, and especially when at the first point, on the attack, he managed to win them the first point, even though they had some members down.
Right, and let's just let's just talk about Legion Tower for a second. Would you say that Selachao was kind of the ace of the team, at least for Lijiang Tower?
I think that it was the combined effort of both of their DPSs. I think that the pressure coming in from both of them was quite equivalent. None of them were really backing down on their performance, and I think that's what really made Meow a really strong team. And I think that they just had a lot of confidence in themselves, man. Really. And
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, and like Kurumi on Hanzo as well. Like as we know, like Kurumi is kind of a widow main. How did she do? How did they do so well to of course she is a widow main, but to also do that on Hanzo as well, and to do that on so many things. Do you think that's also kind of a winning factor for Meow?
But to be honest, if you're a Widow player, I would expect you to have a decent Hanzo, because they are both snipers, and generally snipers play the same, except Hanzo is more of a stable damage sniper. But the way you play sniper, the principles of sniping still relatively the same. And of course, Silichao, as on the screen right now, you can see consistent nanoblades coming out, and because of how Metrics are playing, they didn't really have anything much to counter it for both maps.
Right. Yeah. So, what do you think? Like Metrics really could have done to kind of get the upper hand against Meow, in at least in Lijiang Tower for a second.
I think that maybe in Lijiang Tower they were like, I think they got a little too excited that they got like an opening pick, and then you still need to keep in mind that, especially since you're playing against a Hanzo, you need to know that there is a chance of you getting picked off in any situation of the fight, especially if you don't know where the Hanzo is. That is the most important thing. And I think that they didn't really keep track of where the Hanzo was, and that really caused them to the pick, getting the opening pick put them in a false sense of security, and they expected to win the fight downright, and they didn't really tense up, and they just kind of lost because of that, I would say.
Right, and let's just move on to Hollywood for a second. What do you think they swapped in next round? Like, what do you think he brought to the table that their previous off tank couldn't or didn't? Perhaps do you think they maybe scrimmed with next round in mind for Hollywood?
I think that honestly, I didn't really see much of a difference between the Xayah players, but if I have to guess, it's because on Lijiang Tower, right, it's a Koth map, and normally Koth map is more individualistic plays, and Phantoms is generally a DPS player, and on the Xayah he's no slouch either, so maybe he provides more of a DPS mindset when it comes to Xayah, especially on Lijiang Tower. And when you need a more stability on maps such as Hollywood, I think that's where next rank is better on. And of course, we're just looking at it from 2 maps, so we don't really know the whole mindset of why they swap. Maybe it's just because they want to give next rank playtime, but yeah, I think despite that, both of them, they're no slouches and they both did good.
Right, and Overwatch, do you have anything to add as well with that?
Not really anything in particular, really. And back to the monkey thing, though. Like, you said apes and monkeys. What? You said apes are more
Primates.
intelligent.
Yeah.
No, they are more intelligent, but yeah, I mean, apparently, according to Google, they are more intelligent. But that's
I
just a
mean-
reading.
Here's the thing, right? Humans are apes, and I'm pretty sure humans are quite intelligent.
It's true. I mean, but thinking of apes, let's just talk about chips and dips real quick. He kind of did throw. I won't say throw, but like he. Sorry, bad use of words. My apologies. But he should have played a little bit more of defensively against Meow's DPS, or like their team in general.
I think he was a little bit too impatient at some point in time, especially the first fight of the attack. They had the Doomface and the Pharah, right? I think if we waited a bit more for the DPS to set up, like for the Pharah to take the angle that he needs, and when he dives in, they'll be able to burst down opponent really quickly. But he was getting a little bit too greedy on some dives, and he was really getting punished, especially from the flashbang and the anti-nade from the side of Mel.
I think that I don't really think that it was really Chips and Dips' fault, even though he did engage on times where he shouldn't have, but rather I think it was just poor communication of the teams. I think because Chips and Dip, like, he knows that the longer you fight against a sniper comp, the worse the chances that you have against winning that fight, because snipers, they usually like to sit back and just like look for picks, which is why you kind of want your team comp is oriented to try and like finish the fight as quick as you can, but Chips and Dip with the thoughts of trying to engage as fast as they can to try and finish the fight as fast as they can as well. But unfortunately, it kind of went the other way of finishing fast. So
Yep. And speaking of which, we'll talk a little bit about snipers. My question is, why do you think Izarashi didn't really swap to a Widow to kind of take that 1v1? Obviously, Kurumi had a lot of time on the Widow. He is kind of a Widow main. Why didn't someone like Izarashi take that 1v1 more often?
I think that since someone like, if you see someone that is popping off in like especially a hero like a sniper, you wouldn't really want to mirror that guy, because that guy's in the zone. He's gonna click you as soon as you peek. And also, Izo is he's more of a tank player, and like when he plays DPS is more like a Genji McCree player, so he's not really known for his snipers. So I think that's also the case. Yeah.
Right. And I think, seeing from that replay, I think you could also say that Kurumi was kind of a god on the Widow.
He's absolutely slamming.
And and with that thing about slamming, I think we're gonna look at the next schedule for today's match, which is going to be Black Shark versus Yummy Grav at 11 p.m. So stay tuned for that, and we will be back. We'll be going for a short break after this, and then we'll be back with Black Shark and Yummy Grav. So stay tuned. And we are back with the PAC Community Rivals Group Stage Day 1, and we are about to head off into our final match of the night. And like this car right here, these matches have gone off in a flash. But enough about that. Let's just talk about our matches today. Matches for
where,
obviously we
I have this too. Yeah. Listen, listen. Most of the teams really bulldoze through the game. I actually bought this with my ace money, by the way. So
nice,
I'm not kidding.
You're getting paid. You're getting paid.
nice financial decision making there.
Yeah,
Alright.
that's financial decision making.
But enough with the Cloud9 chairs and bulldozers. Let's just talk about our next match we're going to be seeing. We're going to be seeing Back Sharks versus Yummy Grav. These teams are there any, like, in terms of standing, where do you think these guys are standing, like, are at right now?
But Black Shark is one of the 6 Grandmaster average teams in this tournament. Definitely that will put them in an edge because there are not many full Grandmasters teams in this tournament, and being one of the 6 full Grandmasters teams really puts them at an advantage. And right now in the standings, they are 1 win, 1 loss, compared to Yummy Graph, who is theoretically already out of the tournament. And from what I heard, Black Shark has a lot of players who retired from the scene but are now just starting to come back because of this tournament and such. So maybe a little bit washed up, but I'm sure 2 matches in this tournament has certainly already shaken off the rust for them.
Right. And with being semi-retired players, do you think that they can really live up to their full potential? As I go all wavy in my camp, but do you think Black Shark will be able to live up to their full potential that they once had when they were, before they retired or whatever?
Well, I mean, I'm not really accustomed to either of the rosters, so I can't really say for sure. But one thing I do know is that Overwatch is kind of an easy game to, like, get back into, like, where you were if you just play it enough, So,
Right.
yeah.
And are there any particular players that you guys might think everybody want to look out for, or do you think, like, the particular team are going to be able to do or run something to give them an advantage?
I think on the side of Yummy Graph, and actually Yummy Graph used to be known as Tinder Godslayer. They actually played in our previous tournament, the Charity Beta tournament, and they got top 4, which is commendable, and they actually got some upgrades because of the whole Open SR rule change, and one of their members that I'll look out for is Lin, because previously Lin was playing on the McCree on the hit scan for this team, but now because of Open SR rule changes, he's back onto his main role, which is the flex support, and he's known for the type of heroes such as Ana, and I've been seeing him here and there on some streams playing ranked in SEN. Certainly think that back on his main role, I think he would do better.
And he
Right.
also helped Xeno get his 4.4, so that's also
Yeah.
kind of neat. Yeah, so shout out to Lin. Yeah, I don't really know anyone really in Black Shark's roster, but I do really like the name Daddy 8 Inches. I think that is I think that's very cool. And I meet Tana sometimes in 1v1 arena, so that's also kind of cool. But besides from that, I don't really have any interactions with any of the players here.
Actually, sorry to disappoint you. I think Daddy 8 Inches is no longer on the team actually.
Oh
He's
my
actually
god.
got changed out for another support player called Personate, so that's an interesting switch. And actually a lot of these players from Black Shark are like 4.1k, 4.2k peak. And looking at their previous match results from this tournament, they won Celestials 2-1, and they also, they lost to COG 0, but I'm sure that was a hard match, and being able to win Celestials, who actually won Yummy Graph in the first round. So thinking about it this way, Black Shark should practically be the ones who beat Yummy Graph this match.
Right, and I'm back as well. I'm no longer a postmodern painting. Right, yeah. So you're going on about who you're predicting to win. What do you think is like gonna be their winning factor for these teams? Like, what do you think like the one team might be better than the other at? Maybe it's their rank or their play time together. And I'm back to being a wavy mess. I apologize for that, guys. But yes, what do you think is gonna be the factor that really like props a team up?
Well,
I-
yeah, we can't really say for sure because we also don't really know about the lineups right now. Do we highlight donations on the?
So Agnosia just donated 1 USD, so huge shout out to him, and also shout out to Eco Healing for donating 50 USD before this tournament. Also Sabin for donating 20 USD. But
Always.
going back to the point is that theoretically speaking, it's not unfair to say that Black Shark would probably have a mechanical advantage in compared to Yummy Graph because of the rank difference. But think about Tinder God Slayer, or now known as Yummy Graph, is they played together as a team before. So I think what will get them over the line to potentially win Black Shark is their teamwork and their experience together as a team.
Yeah, I think you
So-
said it all.
Right now, Veterans has some connection issues, so potentially waiting for him. But while waiting for him, we can still talk about the matches. And oh, he's back, so I'll let
I'm
him.
back, and I'm again not a postmodern painting anymore. I think the world just wants me to be a painting. But yeah, obviously with these with this tournament structure, Yummy Graph are technically out. Am I right?
Yeah, because there are 0 wins, 2 losses now.
Right. So, how big is this for either team to have this win in this match? Does it really even matter at this point, or does it not?
I think because Yummy Graph is already out and Black Shark still has the potential, still can make it to the second day. I think the pressure is on Black Shark to perform and not lose to Yummy Graph. And for Yummy Graph, they can be the ones to play spoiler for Black Shark and prevent them from advancing to day 2.
Right. And knowing that they are technically out, right? Do you think Yummy Graph are really gonna go all in this match, or are they really gonna just maybe let go a little and not be so harsh?
Well, hello, are you there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright. Well, I mean, it's always good to. Oh, well, he's okay. Well, he's gone now, but it's always good to put in your all in any game, pretty much. Even though it may not seem like you may not want to do it, just for the sake of trying hard. You should just go all out on any game, and I think that I think that since we're all good sports here, I'm pretty sure Yummy Grab would definitely try their best against Black Shark. Yeah.
And also, when the pressure's off, I would argue that it's probably easier to perform better because the nerves aren't there anymore because you're already out. So with the pressure off their backs, I think maybe Yummy Graph can pull off the hidden potential that they have and take the upset over Black Shark.
I see, and I think with that let's just take a look at the rosters for these teams. Starting with Black Shark, can you try to explain what do you see in this roster?
So on the side of Black Shark starting lineup, they have Retropipe, Big Chanti, Judas, Baby Candy, Crystal, and Personate. And the thing about Black Shark is, from what I know, they've been having some roster changes lately. Maybe they haven't really settled on what roster they want to go into this tournament, but now that they have their final roster ready, it's up to them to see whether they can synergize and properly play their best in the short amount of preparation time they have leading up to the tournament.
I see. And do you think these roster changes might affect the way they perform today?
Honestly, I think that if they're changing a roster, usually you would think that the changes will be for the better, right? So I would hope so, and I would think so that it will probably be better from them.
Right, and let's take a look at the other team as well. What do you see in our next team? Sorry, we're having some technical difficulties. One second. All right, and what do you see in Yummy Graph? Like, can you explain what players you're looking at and what do you think they're gonna be capable of?
All right. On the tank line, we do have Aftershock and PACommunity. I'm very sorry if I do pronounce these names incorrectly. I'm sorry if I do butcher your name. Just hit me up with a DM if you want to send me death threats or something. But on the DPS lineup, we have Very Good Boy and Tana, and on the support side, we have Paper and Lin.
Right, and with Yummy Graph being out right now, do you think any of these players are really gonna put in all that effort? I mean, obviously, I don't think they would be sandbagging, as Irex said, but do you think these guys are gonna, any of these players are gonna elevate their playstyles to the next level in this match?
I think the star point for this roster should be their support line, because from what I know, Paper is a GM main support player, and aside Lin, who's been consistently playing ranked in SEA, I think the support lines should be the ones to provide the stability for this team. Now, of course, that's not to say not to take away from the rest of the roster, because I'm sure that also like Black Shark, they have changed their roster a little bit, getting some upgrades since the last tournament, and I'm excited to see what their new roster can do, despite being already eliminated.
Right, and obviously, we've already seen that they have been eliminated, and perhaps those roster changes hasn't been exactly the best thing for Yummy Graph. But in this matchup where both teams have kind of had some roster changes, we might actually see some, actual, let's say actual gameplay, but like actual competitive play here, even if one team is out. So with that, let's just move on to the actual match with our casters. Chug Jug, guys.
Right, Chug Jug indeed.
Yeah, Chuck Jug.
I only have this, but yeah. What are your predictions for this game, Marxus?
Yeah, I think Black Shark certainly has the advantage here in both of previous match records and what we know of them so far. But of course, it's down to what maps they play, and right now we'll be taking a look at the map pool. So the first map, of course, once again, Control. And this time we'll be heading to Nepal. So anything different compared to the two previous control points that you see that you think will be put on Nepal, Overshake?
So Nepal is it's quite a close quarters map, right? And besides from that boop map.
Forgot the stage name again? Overshake.
What? Nepal Sanctum, yeah, thank you. Okay.
Sanctum is the one with the boops, the boot map,
Yeah, the boot map. So Nepal Sanctum, the one with a giant hole in it, is the only map where snipers can shine. So it really depends on what either the team really runs, to be honest. If they prefer close quarter battles, Nepal is gonna be more advantages for the teams. If they prefer snipers, then well, that's too bad. They have to try again on a different map. Now, I'm not really sure what either of the rosters are gonna pull out, but I do know Tana's gravitates a bit more towards the hit scan side, like the Widow or the Ashe or the McCree.
Yeah, certainly. And before we head into the map, quick shout out to Paper, who actually is going to be playing in our match. He has donated $10 to our donation pool, which will help fund our next tournament. So quick shout out to Paper, alongside the people who have donated previously, who we have already shout out. But what's more, just give them a second shout out, right? So Agnosia, Sabin, and Eco Healing also donating for this tournament, and we should be getting into the first map of Nepal soon. So let's take a look at what the first stage will be. It will be... I've kind of forgot what this stage is. Do you know,
Uh-huh.
Overshake?
I think this one
Oh no,
is called Nepal Shrine.
This is
Oh my
Shrine. Yeah,
god,
this is
I am
Shrine.
so smart. You are very dumb, RXs.
No. I knew it all along. I was just testing. I was just testing you.
Alright, well, you can believe whatever you want, but Nepal Shrine, as I said, it's a very close quarter map, and Black Shark does seem to opt with the Ryan Zarya, McCree, and a BAP composition, while Yummy Grav does mirror the comp besides from the Ana swap to the Lucio. Now, from composition-wise alone, I do believe that Yummy Grav is going to become victorious, and Black Shark already butchering the TP. Not really a good sign, as Yummy Grav is already on the point. This is actually very disadvantageous for the Black Shark side already.
And there's a quick kill coming up from the side of Yummy Grav's Zaya, showing that points present is key, especially on the first fight of the King of the Hill. A bit of a misplay there from the side of Black Shark. Symmetra not really utilizing his TP well, and because of that, Yummy Grav gets to the point first, and a nice right click from their Zaya opens up the fight for them, and they'll be taking first control of Shrine.
Black Shark, unfortunately, the TP didn't really hit, and they couldn't really touch the point, and Yummy Grav just had that first fight for free. Turntana already does gun down
Ratchapai. Yeah.
Oh my, the names are so hard in this. I have to focus up here. But yeah, it looks like Yummy Grav is just running through.
It's already a high noon
with
for
high
Turntana, which
noon.
catches 2.
Oh my, Turntana, what a beast that he is. Already farming high noon as the point is only on 20%.
And on the side of Black Shark, Judas only has 60% to the high noon, so Turntana doing way more than the side of Black Shark's DPS. As you see that very good bar is getting more value than the Doomfist of Black Shark. So Lin, application matrix out early, just trying to shoot down the shield, burst the barrier from the side of Black Shark. Ratchapai, so much pressure going down from him, but it's the rest of the team that falls instead. And the side of Yummy Grav once again takes the fight. And
Such good control. Such good control of the brawl fight is being shown by Yummy Grav, as they're just able to wait, to be patient, and they understand when they need to engage, when they need to play aggressive. And Black Shark, they do have more ults compared to Yummy Grav on their disposal, but Paper with that sound barrier is just ready to deny everything that's going to be coming his way. Very good boy with the flank. Oh my, yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. I thought he was going to go for a pulse there, but I guess not.
Yeah, I think he was scared for Judas's flashbang, and the amplification matrix from Black Shark already comes out. Crystal has the nano boost and looking to lock it onto someone, which goes on to Baby Candy, who slams onto the McCree, but 2 of his teammates have already fallen. It's up to him to clutch, and he catches 2 on the side with Crystal's anti-nade, catching another Baby Candy, turning the fight around at the most pivotal point of Shrine, and with that final punch onto Paper, wins his team the fight.
Baby Candy absolutely massacring Yummy Grav right there on the fight where it was the most crucial for them. But 99% on the clock, I do think that Yummy Grav will actually take it back. But Baby Candy, though, he's ready to fight any harm that comes through his way, and it seems that Very Good Boy does actually spot him, and there's a little skirmish going on while the main fight. Oh my! Alright, well, Very Good Boy with that impeccable tracking does get Baby Candy, and High Noon comes in from Turntana, catches 2, and yeah, Yummy Grav just walking through right now with just sheer confidence in their belts.
And even though they're already eliminated, even with the doubts against them, Yummy Grav will take the early advantage in the series, taking Shrine and going 1-0 up in Nepal. And it's up to Black Shark with their tournament's life on the line to return back the favor and get back the advantage that they should have had.
Indeed. Now we're on the side of Nepal Village.
Village.
Yeah, Nepal Village. And as we'll be taking this quick replay coming in from Turntana, just landing all of his shots over here. And
I mean, this was just a cleanup.
This was very clean cleanup, I would say. And
You could say the
so
high
early.
noon wasn't really necessary, but I mean, just the style points, you know, you're already at advantage. Why not just style on the enemy. An
Sometimes
interesting
you just
comp
don't
from Black Shark. Like I see a little bit of variation from them. Mercy Zen, double main tank, but I don't think this support lineup will be able to sustain the health boost of the double main tank. And as you can see, Retropod already gets slowed down and taken down early, and Baby Candy is just forced to retreat without the space he has from the main tank.
Yeah, Black Shark. Without the presence of an Ana on their comp, and they're gonna be really lacking heals for the type of tank line that they're playing, and this is not really gonna allow them to have an actual steady fight, since the Mercy's not really gonna be providing much utility for the team.
But the rest comes out on the Winston, and it seems they managed to turn the fight around in their favor a bit. It's just the D.Va in the main left on the side of Yummy Graph, and Wretched Pipe on the ball is just cleaning them up. They need to get this stagger kill now, but instead Tangtana chooses to kill himself. Smart move there, preventing the stagger. And that's a nice swap fight split from the side of Black Shark, capitalizing on maybe Yummy's Graph hesitation to finish up the kills, and Yummy Graph on the attack right now. But the dive comes in from side of Winston, just trying to choke them at that mini room. But he's walled off. They deny the boop from Ratchet Pipe, but he still gets a slam off. A nice Pulse Bomb only catches the immortality, however, and it's up to Very Good Boy to see what he can do with his own Pulse Bomb. But as we're saying that, Personic catches the kill onto paper, and Ratchet Pipe with his own out. And it seems like Black Shark are just storming through Yummy Graph's rush composition right now with their dive, and there's nothing Yummy Graph could really do. Seems like the composition swap from Black Shark is really paying off this time.
Seems that I was quite wrong of what I said here. Black Shark does actually understand how the dive comp is oriented with a Mercy Zen, and they're just able to catch them with the high burst damage. And Primal coming in from the side of Black Shark, so does the sound barrier coming in from Yummy Grab, and Personate does go down, and this poor Baptiste is just getting bullied.
Oh, but Baby Candy on the point catches two, one with his strike, one with his normal punch. But still, anyone's game is just a 3v3 on the point right now. But Black Shark doesn't really have the sustain that they would want. And Very Good Boy cleans up the Winston. And it's just Ratchet Pipe left on the point, and now he's nowhere to be seen cause he's just back in respawn.
And Very Good Boy has been absolutely tearing it up this game. His tracking with his blink management and movement is just so clean, and it's just so satisfying to watch. But Black Shark with the Transcendence, with the Pulse Bomb, and close to the mines. We'll see how they can really counter Yummy Grab's defense over here.
Judas on the outskirts looking for any opportunity to plump his Pulse Bomb in, but first he chooses to contest the point. Still staying on the higher ground are Yummy Grab, now finally choosing to contest, but their supports are already so low, and Baby Candy is there to capitalize. Catches paper, and Tantana also falls. Aftershock gets one return kill, but I doubt there's enough, and maybe a bit of an overcommitment here from the side of Yummy Grab's D.Va because the fight is already lost. Self-destruct not really doing too much, and bit of a waste there, and Black Shark regains the point.
Interestingly enough, a Brawl comp is not working out in a map that Brawl is quite favorable, I would say. But Yummy Grab on a last-ditch attempt to try and stall out the fight here. The D.Va going for the touch. The High Noon does come in from Tangtana. And, oh, the unfortunate stick onto paper. That was really going to leave a mark there. And Yummy Grab, unfortunately, their last-ditch attempt to try and stall it out just didn't work out.
Yeah, and Black Shark ends up tying up the map, and we'll be going to Sanctum. And well, you do say that Brawl is favorable on this map, but the way the comp Black Shark is playing, they're playing so much burst that Yummy Graph just tries to rush onto the point, but they don't have the Mei, they have a Tracer. And without the sustain that they have, Black Shark can just surround them and just get free poke until one of the Yummy Graph players get out of position, and they can easily punish them with the Doomfist.
Indeed, but yeah, it seems that Black Shark is gonna opt for the hit scan pick here, and we'll really see what happens, because I do know that hit scan is also Yummy Graph's strong suit, so this map might just be on their favor.
pretty much the same DPS lineup, just the tanks and assault pods which are different. Black Shark going for a more divey composition. As you can see, Ratchet Pipe already claiming the space of the point while his rest of the team sits on the high ground, but Yummy Graph are rotating all the way around with their Lucio speed boost, and the map has basically been flipped at this point. And they're looking to punish Ratchet Pipe, who is solo right now. Manages to jump away, but he does not jump into his healer's sideline, and Baby Candy already falls. Judas gets a return pick onto Aftershock, but Tangana is showing up on the kill feed. Catches 2, and his Winston is probably already dead. And with that being said, Yummy Graph with their Brawl come out, sustaining the dive, and they will be taking first fight on Sanctum.
The musical orchestra of this man's dinks is just beautiful to listen to. Tangtana's McCree just brings so much to the table, and Yummy Grab is just able to push through with the type of plays that he's able to make. And Paper, with a little cheeky angle, the angle that I absolutely love to use when I'm on Lucio. He goes right. Oh no! Unfortunate. That does happen quite more often than you think, so it's alright. But
really unlucky
from Yummy Grab's side.
Really unlucky there. Personate just manages to keep his life intact because of the misplay from the side of Paper, and the immortality is already forced from the side of Yummy Graph. And Baby Candy flashbang. Judas finish up the kill for him. And nice Pulse Bomb catches Tantana. And that means that Black Shark is back on the point, and they regain control.
Indeed, Black Shark is able to just show us how much control they have over the opposing team with the amount of burst damage and pressure that they're just able to take advantage of with their comp that they've built around.
Right now they're just poking and prodding. Ratchet Pipe has the Primal Rage in need if he ever needs it, if he ever goes low, but the mech has already fallen for Black Shark. Baby Candy returns the kill onto Paper, and it seems like the boop Ratchet Pipe is Primal Rage, and he boops off the side of Yummy Graph's Saya, and it's just havoc right now in this mega room. Judas takes advantage of the chaos, catches Tantana, and Black Shark are up 47% to 36.
Indeed. Yummy Grav really needs to make something happen, especially with the amount of ults that they have built up on their disposal. And Aftershock really looking for that shatter angle. Beat comes in from Paper, and oh, Crystal does get caught off there. Transcendence kind of being used into a waste, but the bomb comes in, doesn't really catch anyone, and so does the Pulse Bomb. So many ults just coming around here. And as Ratchet Pipe just kind of gets beaten on point, and Personate, the only sole member of Black Shark, trying to stall at the point, but he also does get finished off. Now
This
Yummy
stage of
Grab
the map has just been back and forth, and each team just taking fights after each other.
Grab do have very pivotal tank ults that are crucial in taking advantage of the pace of the fight. So they are on quite an advantage here, as a huge shatter coming in from Aftershock, catching 2 members of Black Shark. Tangtana winning that McCree duel as well, and yeah, Personate actually manages to catch him. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, team wide right there for Yummy Graph, and he still have the Graph and the Pulse Bomb combo to utilize the next fight. If they win the next fight, they'll put them a heavy advantage, because that will mean Black Shark would have to rush onto the point, and they probably wouldn't be as organized as they want to be. But Baby Candy is hovering over the high noon. But Yummy Graph is nowhere to be seen. They're just hiding in the room right now, letting Black Shark get control of the point, and they do not contest in time, and Paper is punished.
That is quite unfortunate to see. For some reason, Yummy Grab, they had the grab, they had the window, and they had the high noon, but they just played that so poorly. For some reason, they rotated out when they could have been holding the space on the left to just kind of like stall it out. They should not have lost that fight there, but Black Shark did punish them for their mistakes, and they did take Nepal 2-1.
But good effort there from Yummy Graph. Despite coming into this match at advantage already out of the tournament, they still managed to keep it close against Black Shark, and even managing to take Shrine from them.
Indeed, Yummy Grab starting out strong, but seems that they weren't really able to meet the expectations that they performed on the first map. Quite unfortunate to see. There were a little mistakes here and there, but I think that at least I'm at least happy that the fights aren't so one-sided this time. So
Yeah, definitely. And Black Shark there proving as to why they are the favorites coming into this. They lost the advantage early on, losing the first stage, but re-evaluated their strategy, realized that they probably couldn't beat Yummy Grab at their own game, so they decided to more of an old school dive comp with the Mercy Zen, something we usually don't really see these days because the Mercy Zen can't really sustain the tank comp of, especially the Winston Ball is too hard to sustain. But because of how quick they play and how they're able to punish Yummy Grab, they'll be able to make it work and tie up the map before winning the map altogether on Nepal.
all right, indeed, and I have to say that I don't think there is any like solo carries coming in from either side of the teams. I think that all of the teams are quite all of the team members are quite evenly made out, I guess.
Matched, yeah.
Yeah, matched. And yeah, although Black Shark coming in victorious, Yummy Graph did put up quite a decent fight, and they shouldn't take this win as and be complacent about it. But Baby Candy on a Doomfist, man, he absolutely shredded, and I think that like his clutches really pulled the team morale, and that really allowed Black Shark to pull through. And also the Tracer coming in from
Judas.
Judas, also very very good. Yes,
Yeah.
very good. I can't really think right now, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and of course, Black Shark as a whole, showing that they have the ability to advance to day 2 and they want to advance to day 2 of the tournament, taking the first map. And we should be going into the second map soon if there are no issues on both sides. And Yummy Graph, they're on a disadvantage, but after looking at map 1, it's quite close. So I still think they have the potential to take the series here, but they need to step it up on the second map of Hybrid. And they need to find a way to counter the dive composition of Black Shark because the brawl is working sometimes, but at the end of the day, they didn't win. But that is just King of the Hill, so maybe on a more traditional map, they are able to play the brawl that they want and maybe take the win.
Indeed, I think Black Shark's dive, a very high burst damage dive composition, kind of stumped Yummy Grab, and I think that what really, I think it really confused Yummy Grab on what playstyle they should take. So, but it has been clearly established that Yummy Grab does not show any signs of backing down when they're playing the brawl comps. And yeah, I think we'll be taking a look at the map pool here, and on the second map we'll be seeing a bit of Eichenwald action.
Yeah, Eichenwald maybe favoring the dive, but this map actually favors the dive, especially on second point, but maybe come to the third point, that's where Yummy Grab's advantage will lie because that's their strength. So it'll be interesting to see who will be on attack or defense first, and whether Black Shark will stick to the dive that they won with or go to a more traditional brawl comp, which is what's been more meta these days to match Yummy Grab's.
Did your mic cut out? I think Arxis's net cut out. Yeah, but following up to what he said, I think that Eichenwald is gonna be quite an interesting map to see. A lot of high grounds to use, a lot of little corners that oh, is he back? Okay, hello?
Hi. What?
Alright. I think your net cut.
Yeah, anyway, doesn't really matter because we're still looking at the next map, which will be Eichenwald. And do you think that Yummy Graph should change anything here, Overshake?
Eichenwald first point is very brawl oriented, so is third point. Second point, it is quite a 50-50 matchup, I would say. You can still run Brawl, but it's a little harder to accomplish as you have to take that high ground very fast. But you know, I don't really know if Yummy Grev's really one tricks Rush. I think that is the biggest question. Can they perform if they move on to other team compositions? So I think
Yeah.
that is what really matters.
Despite Black Shark's more bigger roster, they have no substitution from the side of both teams here, sticking to the roster that won them the first map. Let's see what comms they come up with. Yummy Graph. On the attack, hovering over the double bubble, a different look from them alongside Lin's Ana, but Black Shark chooses to run the more traditional Ryan Zaya. But what's interesting about Black Shark is they don't really like to run the Lucio, because even on the first map, when they played Ryan Zaya, they choose to play the Bab instead of the Lucio. And seems like there's a disconnection coming side from Yummy Graph's off tank, so I think he'll be back shortly. But yeah, what do you think of these compositions they're hovering on, Overshake?
Well, I didn't really get a good look at. I'm gonna have to
It
look
was
at it again.
a double bubble on one side and Ryan
Oh, wait,
Zaya
the stream is
Hanzo
coming up on.
Maki
Wait, let me see.
on.
Okay,
It
well,
was-
10 more seconds.
I mean, it was just Ryan Zaya, McCree, Hanzo, and Ana Beb for Black Shark.
Black Shark.
And they're on the defense.
Ryan, Zarya, Anna, Bap, Hanzo, McCree. So definitely sticking to a very high burst damage composition, though, as they are very comfortable with. McCree, Hanzo, they're definitely looking for picks, and they definitely don't want to look to, you know, rush into the enemy, and they just really want to hold positions, really. And it seems that Yummy Grav's off tank is back. On Yummy Grav's side, though, we see a double bubble McCree, Tracer, Lucio, Ana. Now, this is quite interesting, as double bubble isn't really ran with Lucio, as Brigitte or Zenyatta or Mercy, something else like that. It really provides way more utility than Lucio does, in my personal opinion. But we'll really see how it's being executed.
And loading onto the map, Yummy Graph wants to establish early advantage here, letting the DPS, waiting for the DPS to set up soon. And the dive already comes in, both the bubbles pop. That's double bubble composition alongside a nice two-man anti from the side of Yummy Graph, but that isn't enough to stop Baby Candy from getting the headshot onto Taktana, followed up by the Q on paper. And that's the fight already over, and nice late kill from the side. Off tank straight and another disconnection for Yummy Graph, and I think this will really take a toll on the mental, because you don't really want to stop the game when it's midway. It's really gonna put a stop to your
Oh, shit.
momentum.
Alright, I'm sorry, I was like throwing my phone up and down. Yeah, but yeah, it's kind of mental breaking if you're losing a game and you're also getting disconnects. And yeah, already what we see here is that Yummy Grav running that double bubble composition, and they're really looking to push in with their Tracer while their McCree gets an off angle, and they're trying to keep their supports alive and stuff like that. But Black Shark, though, just able to get the picks. As I said, they really don't want to walk into them. They want to bait them into. They want to bait Yummy Grav into Black Shark so that they can just finish them off. So to
Yeah,
speak.
certainly. And this pause time maybe can let Yummy Graph re-evaluate the strategy that they are using right now. And it seems like they're just sticking to the double bubble. And because of the disconnection, I think it was Paper disconnected, his outcharge has been reset. I mean, not like he had much outcharge to begin with, but suddenly going back to 0% doesn't really help Yummy Graph at the moment, and Aftershock is already so low. Lin has the nano boost. Let's see who he gives it on. Preferably the Winston or the Tracer, and off it goes to the Winston. High charge. Zaya from the side of Yummy Graph to push in alongside the Winston, but you can't push in if the Winston already falls.
that happens a bit too often when you're playing Ana. Just someone walks in front of you when you want a nano. And oh wow. Yummy Grab though doing work, especially with the Nano Zarya. The shield actually, the Rhine shield of Black Shark broke quite remarkably fast, and that really just allowed Yummy Grab to just be able to push up with very good boy hitting the dinks.
Yeah, and that was a nice sleep from Lin. Crystal nanos Baby Candy on the McCree, but Lin with a nice angled sleep shuts him down and denies the potential damage that he could have done, which allowed Aftershock and the rest of Yummy Graph to just collapse onto him and the point, taking first point. And Black Shark, they have some key ultimates actually, the Graph, the Shatter, and they have the Graph Dragon combo. Paper right now, I think he's looking for a boot, but Judas already spots him out. Can they catch Paper right now? No, they can't. And Paper returns back to his team safely. That's a nice 3-man Graph, which followed up by the Dragon Strike, just demolishes Yummy Graph's comp.
That looked like a 0-man grab due to the bubble, but yeah, catching 3 members, that was quite a promising grab. You couldn't really ask for more coming in from the Black Shark side, and Judas just holding Black Shark, holding Yummy Grab at gunpoint right here, and yeah, not really looking promising on Yummy Grab's side, but they do have 6 ultimates, so we'll see what they can do with them. Oh my god, a huge shatter coming in from Ratchapi, and so does the window.
And the Nano comes out onto Aftershock, which he tries to finish the kill. That's an interesting commitment from the Primal Ridge there. The fight has already been won due to Yummy Grab's DPS line. Maybe an overcommitment there from Aftershock. Let's see whether he'll regret it next fight, whether he commit the Primal Ridge or not.
They did use 6 ults, and it seems that they're kind of just giving away high ground for free. This is not really what you want to do. And yep, Black Shark listened to Yummy Grab listened to my call, and they did manage to get that free Hanzo kill over there. Man, Paper really aggressive.
Right now, just hovering over the bat. He doesn't realize, but Persona is so low right now. If he can capitalize, that would be great, but he doesn't. Manages to fall back to his team safely. Off the back of that, Tana catches a kill onto Baby Candy. The emo has been forced, but not really in an optimal place because Tana is just in the backline for free, and with the Pulse Bomb in hand, he's stuck. Judas, which managed to win the fight for his team, and Yummy Graph. Hainu once again from very good boy, maybe also an overcommitment. Baby Candy tries to return the favor, trying to clutch it out, but very good boy is there with the stable accuracy of his McCree, just shutting down everyone who tries to contest. And once again, Yummy Graph choosing to overcommit, another out, and what is Persona doing? Just jumping on the point and just dies.
Man, you're really calling out everyone here, RXs.
But it seems like Black Shark, they have the Graph Dragon combo, which proved successful for them at the start of second point. Let's see if they can utilize it once again successfully. Mr. Dana is on the outskirts, on the right hand corner, and Black Shark chooses to Graph before Yummy Graph can react to anything, and there's the Dragon Strike to follow. And once again, failure attempt from very good boy to flash and fan his opposing McCree, but he still falls at the end of the day, and Black Shark stabilizing at the start of third point.
Man, Yummy Grab really adamant on staying onto the double bolo composition, even though it's not really quite advantageous on this point of the map. They do know that they have the upper hand against Black Shark in Brawl, but I'm not really sure why they're not really making the swap. I guess they want to use their ults, but Primal isn't really that much of a strong ult, I would say. But maybe he might just prove me wrong. Oh no, huge shatter coming in from Ratchapi, but he does get isolated away from his team, and yeah, just Aftershock actually made quite a bit of work here, pushing away all 5 members of Black Shark. And even though Ratchapi caught like a 5-man shatter, Yummy Grab just didn't allow him to do anything about it.
And the Graph comes out from the side of Yummy Graph. Very good boy, both Hailu's pop, but very good boys. One is a bit more successful because Baby Candy just stuck in spawn, finally comes out, catches 2, but I think it's already too late because Yummy Graph just gets on point, and with a time bank of 1 minute 51, they will cap all 3 points on Icon Ward.
Score 0-3. Switching sides. Initiating match.
Yummy Grav starting out quite weak, but they were able to push through the obstacles that were set for them, and they were just able to overthrow Black Sharks.
Yeah, and it's up to Black Shark right now to contest the time bank that Yummy Graph proved to have, and they're on the back foot right now. And if they let down their guard, Yummy Graph could be just easily tie up the series really quickly.
Indeed, and it seems that Yummy Grav is opting to go for their signature Rein Zarya comp on defense with Paper on Lucio. Now, watching Paper play Lucio kind of reminds me of myself. Yeah, I have to say, it's very fun to watch him. He just goes around and does whatever he wants.
Lucio in general is just quite a fun hero to watch, especially in Brawl when he can just speed in and contest the enemy. And if his team makes enough space for him, it's really easy for him to get the kills that he wants. And Lin looking for a set nade into the spawn right now. Let's see whether he can pull it off. But I don't think, because he throws his nade into the spawn, I don't think they can really capitalize on it. I think he'll just be getting Lin some outcharge. Narrowly misses, but it's fine because that doesn't really put them in a detriment or anything as the Mei wall comes out. Flashbang, but Tangtana is quick to react with the ice block. He already catches Wretch Pipe alongside Personate, also falls. Both Lucio right now of both teams are down, so both teams doesn't have the speed boost that they want.
But Black Shark, without the Reinhardt, not really going to be able to push through. And Yummy Grav, all they really have to do is just hold while the remaining members just come back quite slowly. But this is the first team that actually opted to run a classic Brawl comp here. And it's very fun to watch.
And the uppercut comes in from Baby Candy on the Doomfist into the back line already. Full up with a quick kill by Black Shark's DPS, and they just all collapse to the point. But it seems like Yummy Graph is returning fast and furious. And the Zarya already catches the kill on the wrist. Crystal and Black Shark are left running back to the spawn. But Baby Candy on the outskirts, maybe he can clutch it out. Because with a kill on the Tangtana, that opens up the opportunity, because there's free space right now without the space now from the Mei, and the Night Shadow coming out denies Judas's High Noon, and with the Nano, Wretched Pipe so low right now. Black Shark just trying to stabilize on the attack, if not, they are going to be at a huge disadvantage going to next fight. Shadow doesn't really catch anything, but his team is there to back him up because Judas and Crystal take their fight win over their respective counterparts.
Baby Candy just able to make the members of Yummy Grav just cower in a corner, and that was really crucial in order for Black Shark to just push through Yummy Grav. Even though Yummy Grav had ults that are definitely fight changing, they couldn't really fight back as they didn't really have the confidence there.
Yeah, and now Yummy Graph are just perched on the high ground.
There's no one pushing
Black Shark wants to contest the high ground alongside the Graph. All low right now, just grouped up together, just free exit real estate for Wretched Pipe's hammer to just swing through and cleave through. And there's a quick win, only needing to use one out there from side of Black Shark.
Wow, how did he hit the anti-nade from all the way down the cart? It's interesting. But even though Black Shark won that fight, they still want to give Yummy Grav high ground. I don't really understand why, but yeah, it seems that Nano Dupe is coming in, does get melted instantly, and so does the Grav coming in from Yummy Grav's side. And yeah, just the sheer control of the high ground just overwhelmed the members of Black Shark, and they just couldn't really do anything about it.
Yeah, for some reason, Black Shark chose to leave the high ground after gaining control, which just leaves Yummy Grav such easy access to just perch on the high ground, put Very Good Boy up there and just get free shots down to Black Shark, and Black Shark chooses not really to contest Very Good Boy. He's uncontested right now. Just a frontline battle for both sides. Very Good Boy on the high ground. Looking for the high noon. Can he catch anything? Doesn't really catch anything because Judas's high noon actually catches more. But Aftershock and Tangtana respectively even up the fight for Yummy Graph before putting them at another advantage. Two people left from the side of Yummy Graph, but Baby Candy is so low. And there's a nice boop on the side of Tangtana, and Pape also gets the boop kill onto the opposing Zaya. And that means that Yummy Graph once again manages to stabilize.
I think right there, Tangtana was trying to chase the Doomfist, and then he forgot that he didn't have recall, and then he kind of fell on his own. But you know, fortunately, Yummy Grav's members could actually come back, right there due to the close spawn that they have. But yeah, Black Shark adamantly pushing the high ground, and very good boys just gonna have to give it up really. Baby Candy though on the swap onto the Widow, and Ratchapi just catching off Lin at such an important time. And Grav comes in, catches two, and Black Shark is just gonna be able to push this without breaking a sweat.
Yeah, and Black Shark nearing the end of second point, along with a late stagger kill onto Yummy Graph. That means that they probably can't contest without the Zaya, and there's a nice charge onto Very Good Boy. Ratchet Boy just cleaning up the point right now. Black Shark will probably get this second point, and with a good time bank to boot as well, 3 minutes. Maybe able to contest Yummy Graph's own time bank.
The Black Shark just so near ults that are very detrimental towards their success, but Yummy Grav does not disappoint as well. Ratchapi does get nanoed so early on in the fight, and just going in really.
Tries to shatter there but gets stunned up, but there's the shadow we've been waiting for. Catches 3 on the ground, now looking for the Ana, and alongside Baby's Candy sharpshooting on the Hanzo.
Oh my!
It's a team wipe for the side of Black Shark, pushing on the point along the second point. Yummy Graphs looking to score right now. The Nano comes out for Aftershock, misses his charge. Maybe that's not really what he wanted, but he has the Shatter, which forces the space away from Yummy Graph. But they catch the Q onto Crystal, which now puts them in advantage. And Aftershock is just looking to push in the Shatter alongside the dive coming in from their Wrecking Ball. But it's not over yet for Black Shark, because they still have the ability to push in, especially with one tank down. For Yummy Graph, Aftershock looking for the Shadow right now. Just the mind games. It's up to Ratchet. He needs to block this right now, right here, and he does.
Huge grab coming in from the side of Black Shark, and the Dragon to follow up with it. Very good boy holding the high noon, and he does actually manage to get a crystal, but that pick isn't really gonna matter if the card is just so near the point.
Yeah, reasonable time bank there for Black Shark. Not really as good as Yummy Breath, but enough to mean that the advantages aren't that wide yet, and the disparity in time banks isn't really there because it's still anyone's game. It's just a difference of 30 seconds, and 30 seconds honestly, it's not really a lot. And Black Shark, because they have the lower time bank, they'll be on the attack. Let's see if they can pull anything off and how far they'll be able to push Yummy Graph's limits on their overtime push.
Ready for battle.
Seems that Black Shark does actually opt to play their Monkey Ball and Zen Mercy comp here. Oh my god, I keep having burps and stuff.
Yeah, maybe wanting to surprise Yummy Graph a bit. Yummy Graph maybe expecting that Black Shark will play what they did on their first round, which was the standard Ryan Zaya brawl, but Black Shark, because it's overtime, they need this fight. If they lose the first fight, they probably only have one more fight. And they might not even have that fight if they, depending on how the first fight goes. So they want to capitalize on the point quickly, and the dive comp is perfect for that. Especially with the Doomfist and the Wrecking Ball, 2 high burst characters, coupled with the Personate's Discord up, can really punish Yummy Graph.
Indeed, Yummy Grav trying to use the trick that Black Shark did use against him in first point here, and Yummy Grav members just already so low early on in the fight. This is definitely not what you want to see, but Tangtana though does managed to catch the main tank, and Baby Candy's Doom is just absolutely doing so much work. The Black Shark really
Good
couldn't
plays
ask
there
for more.
from Yummy Graph. They managed to group retreat back to the small room before coming back to the point, catches 2 kills, but it's all for naught because the DPS from the side of Black Shark do kills off the remainders of Yummy Graph, and they get the point with 30 seconds left.
30 seconds remaining.
Cheeky little sleep dart there. Wait,
That's
what?
nice.
He killed the Doom as well? Wait, what?
Just easy lineup, so Tangtana. Black Shark shouldn't have been in the position they have been to allow Tangtana to get such free headshots. And it's over, and it's nearing overtime right now, and with a late pick onto Judas, I think this is over for Black Shark along the high noon. Crystal is so low, gets down, Nano boost, Baby Candy is up to him to clutch. He catches both supports. He actually might be able to do it. They just need to finish off Aftershock right now, and the Nano Doomfist on Black Shark managed to take down the whole backline of Yummy Graph and push his team with another last chance on their attack.
Absolutely disgusting plays coming in from both sides of the teams. A 3-man kill coming in from the Winston of Black Shark's side, while Tangtana did actually make quite a difference for Yummy Graph, but it wasn't really enough of a difference, I would say. And Aftershock gets booped in such a terrible position for him to be in, and the mines to just combo with it. But he does manage to live it out, and a huge shatter coming in from Aftershock. And oh my god, that actually forces a C9.
Yeah, well placed Shatter there, managed to stun out Black Shark's members who are left on the point and away from the point. No one could contest. Nice round winning zoning Shatter. That's an actual zoning Shatter from Yummy Graph there.
Initiating
And Yummy Graph just
Shatter.
needs to push to the second point half to take the map and tie up the series.
Indeed, a lot of flashy plays coming in from both sides of the teams. Tangtana showing us what he's capable of in the McCree. Black Shark's Winston showing us how good his juggle mechanics are. Baby Candy with the Doom also showing us how good his juggle mechanics are. And yeah, just both sides absolutely showing off what talent they have hidden on their sleeves.
attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Actually, it was Ratchet Pipe on the Winston, not Aftershock. Aftershock has been playing Ryan the whole game, just now swapping over to the Winston for
No,
the attack.
on Black Shark, the Zarya was
yeah.
Monkey on the last point, I think.
I see. And this is the first time, once again, both teams trying to surprise the enemy. Tangtana will be going against G. Actually, no, he's going back to his Tracer. And actually, very good point. Tangtana has swapped roles from the first map. Aftershock, first time he's showing the Winston. Let's see how capable he is. He already shows us his capability on the Ryan. Can he do as much as he can on the other main tank hero? And the dive comes out. The double bubble already out. The name of the comp. Judas waiting the lurks on the back, trying to catch out any off position members he can. And Paper's already so low and gets felled to Baby's Candy's flashbang. And that's the rest of Yummy Graphs collapsing. Back to the spawn they go.
Man, Black Shark just able to run through what Yummy Grab had on the table, and it's definitely quite heart crunching to see that the double bubble didn't really work for Yummy Grab, and they decided to swap over to that Ryan Zarya that we all know and love.
Back to the Ryan, the Aftershock has been playing this whole match. Ratchet Pipe building up to the Shatter. Both teams relatively even right now. Still the neutral game, no outs being generated as of yet. There's a nice leap onto Baby Candy, which they quickly catch. Nice punish from the side of Paper, and a nano boost comes down to Aftershock. And he already has the Shatter after one fight. Great plays right there. Space created from him. Weird application matrix from Persona. When his team is already down. And Yummy Graph will be capping the first point.
Yummy Grab having a very smart way of managing their ultimate economy, and if they do take good control of the high ground on this point right here, they might actually be able to win this one out. Black Shark gunning for their Rhine Monkey composition. Quite an interesting comp to see here. With Crystal on the Nano, maybe they thought that they should actually fit a monkey in.
Judas trying to pull something fancy here. Blinksing 3 actually gets the stick.
Oh my!
And that's opening for Black Shark that they need. Nice shatter. Actually, really huge shatter from Aftershock that catches 2 tanks on the ground. And despite Judas's flashy play, he doesn't catch his team the team fight victory. And Black Shark are left running back to the spawn. This is the last fight for them. They need to make it work here. If not, they're facing the tie-up of the series.
Really flashy pulse bomb coming in from Judas, but unfortunately that wasn't really enough, as Yummy Grav had so many ults just to capitalize for it. And we'll see what tricks they have up their sleeves, as Baby Candy with the High Noon, he's looking to rotate all the way up to high ground. Paper challenging the Monkey. A very brave move coming from him, as Baby Candy looks for the High Noon. He does have to drop on
huge
3
anti!
people. Oh my god, Ratchet P though.
Huge anti from Crystal coupled with Ratchet Pipe, and that is it! Black Shark will be taking the series 2-0. Really close game. This is like the closest match we had this whole day. But at the end of the day, the higher seeded team is still favored to win. And good try from Yummy Graph. And Black Shark will be taking the series 2-0. Really good plays. A huge anti from Crystal, which really clutched up that last fight. He was the one that led Black Shark over the line, and it's good work from both teams. By the end of the day, still Black Shark who takes the cake.
A lot. I think every fight was a team wipe. Like every fight, at least 6 people died. That was such an addicting match to watch. Really, just so many huge plays coming in from either side of the teams, and yeah, it really just got my adrenaline pumping there.
Definitely, and with that is the last match for today. Black Shark heading 2-0 over Yummy Graph, and we should be heading into a break soon. And after that, we'll be having our post-match discussion to wrap up the day.
And we are back. Welcome back to the Pack Community Rivals Group Stage Day 1. That's a mouthful to say, I swear to God. And obviously, we just, as we have watched, Black Shark has taken the match, the series 2-0 against Yamigraph. But Yamigraph did put out quite a fight. I think we kind of expected see Black Shark winning, but was that really, what you expected from this match? Do you think it was going to be so close?
I think the 2-0 scoreline doesn't give justice to how close this series was. And any point in time, I think Yamigraph had the potential to take either of those maps, especially Iconwalk. It was just down to that big end tie from Crystal that pushed his team over the finish line.
Right, and like before the match, I said do you think Yamigraph would kind of sandbag it a little because they're kind of out, they don't want to hurt their chances of another team, and you said no, and you proved me right. I mean, you proved it right because they didn't sandbag at all. They really went all in. Were there any players that you really want to look out for in this? Like any players that you really want to shout out, I guess?
I think definitely Tengtana, a new addition to the team, really managed to step up his game, especially on the hit scan like the McCree. But it was just a team effort, and I think all of them played well. And props to them for staying throughout this whole tournament and not giving up even when they're eliminated. So huge props to Yamigraph, and obviously congrats to Black Shark for taking this series.
Yeah, and we saw during the match a lot of times they were playing, especially in Nepal. Was the Divey comp from sorry, the Black Shark? Who was playing Divey comp? I think it was Black Shark, right? Yeah, and do you think? Yeah, then they had a little bit of struggles doing that one. Do you think that was the right idea for them to kind of go for that Divey strat versus a brawl?
On first map or second map?
I think it was the second map. Yeah,
the overtime attack.
Mm-hmm.
I think their plan. I think Black Shark's plan was to try and nano monkey, because I think that if they want to swap out the Zarya for a monkey, then they're really looking for a very quick and decisive way to win using comboing with their nano, and I think that Winston really opens up that kind of opportunities, especially when you're comboed with a Tracer or a Doomfist. So I think that's really what they were looking for. But because they know how capable their team is, and they know how good their DPSs are and how much they can pop off. So I think that putting in 2 main tanks and putting in a nanode main tank as well really opens up a lot of opportunities for potential fight wins. So I think that's why they did it. Right.
And I think it was pretty obvious to this particular match, in my opinion, that the DPSs really showed up in this match. Of course, you had someone like Paper as well, who was doing a lot of backline work. Should the enemy team allow Paper to always out the end the DPSs to kind of go into the backline? Shouldn't they have peeled more for their teams, for their teammates?
Well, see, here's the thing about Paper's Lucio is that him actually going into duel a Tracer actually stops him on the tracks to make it so that the Tracer can't really get on your Ana. So instead of you peeling for your own backline, you're technically kind of dueling the DPSs so that the peeling doesn't even have to happen, and it's just you having a 1v1. So I think that's what he was looking out for. But definitely there were times where he shouldn't have taken the duel and he should have stayed with the team. But you can't really say for sure whether or not the team would have won even if he did.
I see. And of course, we're kind of talking about Iconwalk, especially. Who do you think was? We saw a lot of kind of brawl-to-brawl matchups. Who do you think really had the upper hand? Who had most cohesiveness between the two teams, between Black Shark and Yamigraph?
I think on the brawl, definitely Yamigraph, because Black Shark didn't really play the brawl, and if you talk about cohesiveness, Black Shark actually tried to induce chaos into their team fights with the ball and the Winston, especially at the last fight that won them the game. They swapped to the Ryan Winston, and that's a very rush in, just don't care at all, just rush in and try to do whatever they can, just create as much chaos. And because of that chaos, Crystal actually managed to land that anti that won them the game. So I think synergy wise, Yami Graph a bit better, but Blackshot at the end of the day know how to play around that and utilize their own strengths to take them the win.
Right, and that leads right to my other question, which was what difference in the play styles between each team that really like allow what, especially Black Shark, like what type of play style did they have that really like gave them the upper hand against Yami Graph in this match, in this series?
I think the Doomfist coming in from Black Shark's side, I think he really made a huge difference, and it really confused Yami Graph's side on like what type of space they need to take, because they were so afraid of the Doomfist they didn't even want to like walk out. You know what I mean? Like they were so unsure about like, hey, should we walk here, or like can we if we stay here will we get wiped out by the Doom? Like they kind of didn't understand like whether or not like whether or not if they decided to took that amount of space, would they get team wiped or not. So I think that was very crucial. Like even if like just it just messed with him mentally, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like even if he like since he was already like popping off, like them actually being forced to take positions where it was actually advantages to the side of the Doomfist. Yeah, that kind of messed them up. So I think that Black Shark's Doomfist really popped off.
I see. And okay, it's like what are the players that you would like to highlight most today, like in this particular series? Like RXS, like what is that one player that you are going to always watch out for?
Definitely the Doomfist from the side of Black Shark. Yeah, I think he was able to give a lot of space to his team and really clutch it out a lot of times. And actually today we've been seeing a lot of Doomfist plays for a lot of teams. And yeah, exciting to see, because Doomfist isn't really been playing this much these days. And yeah.
And how about you? Yeah, and how about you, Shakes? Like, is there any particular player you want to be looking out for in for the next like coming matches?
I think I have to. Oh, for the next coming matches.
I mean, like from I guess Black Shark in this case, or like Yami Graph as well. But any particular play that you would always be looking out for in the future?
I think Tungtana did an absolutely fantastic job today. He single-handedly carried a lot of fights on Yami Graph's side. He hit the shots that he needed, and I think that even though he was on the losing side of the team today, I think that if he was around teammates that are a bit stronger, he can really shine. Like he's a precious gem.
I see. And with that, RXS, do we have anything planned tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow will be day 2 of the tournament. So stay tuned to our Twitter at PACommunity OW to see what will be the match schedule for tomorrow, and also which teams will be advancing to day 2. And as always, you can join our Discord for more news of future tournaments and updates on the current tournament. I think the Discord link should be around on the Twitter or any of our social medias. So stay tuned for tomorrow, and that's it from us three, and we'll be starting out.
Thank you very much for watching, and PogCham in the chat. Goodbye, guys.
Bye.